me thinking about it for dessert.
Hmm.
Oh, that's why I brought out my iPad. I was trying to check with my alt account on my iPad because I plugged in there because I couldn't find my alt phone at one point. God, I have 3 minutes. Boom.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Some of you may have heard something, because I accidentally left my mic live while I was getting the stream started. So,
Me catching Pokemon.
It is my birthday! I'm old! Thank you, everybody, for the birthday wishes. I am happy everybody was able to make it out to the live stream that wanted to and is able to. Today is very special. Not only is it my birthday, it is also the 52nd anniversary of Lupin III, one of the greatest anime of all time, one that I've kind of been getting into, and just now found out I share a birthday with the anime itself. That's fucking cool. Also, hello everybody. I'm gonna name off the people. We see Decaying Reaver, Legoshi, Lord Vlad, Koyota, Callum Warwar, Casper. I think that's everybody who's been in the chat at least. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for coming out for this very, very special stream. Can you hear the music all right? I have it turned down. It looks like it is very quiet. Maybe if I turn it up. Oh, it's because I have the actual volume. Hey, Real Astro! Maybe if I crank it? How's the music now? I can also turn it up a little bit. I just don't want it to get caught on the mic. Ah, thanks, Legoshi. Alright. We are good to go. Hello, Sanada Kaio. Guys, I am so excited. I've built this tier list using my own personal collection, as well as like Wikipedia's lists and everything. I tried to make sure that I have literally every official version of a Warriors game listed on this tier list. And I mean everything. And not only do we have everything, we are going to go in alphabetical order. Or not alphabetical order, we're going to go in chronological order. Hey, thanks, Gritto. I actually haven't played any video games. Oh, wait, no, I did play... I lied. I did play Dynasty Warriors Overlord on mobile while I was on my break at work, because I had to work today. I took 2 weeks of vacation for my wedding anniversary, so I wanted to save some vacation days for Christmas time. So that meant that I didn't have any Christmas or any vacation days left to take for my birthday, but that's fine. Are you ranking XLs and Empires as expansions included with the main games? Or I will be ranking them separate. Thank you for asking that. Can it be even pseudo Warriors games? This is all official Warriors games. I can't remember. Need to just take a quick peek through here. I can't remember. Okay, I did include Dragon Quest Heroes and Persona 5 Strikers. Those aren't official Musou games, but they are what like a lot of the community considers an official Musou game, like part of the Musou franchise. I didn't include Fate Samurai Remnant because, well, first of all, it just came out I built this tier list before it launched, and I would personally not consider it a Warriors game. It's more of an action RPG. Yes, I am ranking all the Muso games, including like all the spin-offs, all of the expansions, any like collaborations and that sort of stuff. I'm ranking it all. That's why this is a very special live stream. And I will be talking it out with everybody, just so that it's not just, oh yeah, that's an S rank, that's an F rank, etc. I did put a link to this tier list in the description below, so if you want to play along, if you want to do it yourself, I highly recommend doing it. If you do it yourself, please share it with us. Share it either on Twitter, Instagram, Threads, or the preferred method, share it in the Discord. There is a link to the Discord server in the description as well. Hey, thanks, Resident Eccentric. I wish there was more Three Kingdoms games, at least more Three Kingdoms action games. Because I tried to get into the romance of the Three Kingdoms, and I'm not an RTS guy, so it wasn't my thing. But Wolong and Dynasty Warriors are definitely my thing, and so I would love to see more coming from that. Anyways, I do have something really interesting to show you all. I was playing around. I have a Be Right Back screen that I use anytime I have to use the bathroom or get a refill of water or something during my live stream. And I've been trying to update it with the recent videos on the main and second channel. Shout out to Gildart Gameplay, which you should go subscribe to because I'm finally uploading stuff to that channel again. But this is the new Be Right Back. So the first part of it is exactly what it was before. Chris will be right back. But what I really like is this is all being done through my new editing software. I'm just going to nerd out right now. So Filmora had an update so that now... So this was what I used to do, where I have the thumbnail and the video shrunk down, but I had to do that manually. But the new program now has a cropping tool that can crop it by a certain percentage, which is really awesome. But also there's an X and Y axis that I can actually use to place the images after cropping them. So after this second, Chris will be right back, it goes into promoting the second channel videos, the two most recent second channel videos. And look at this. Look at this. It will fade into the gameplay so that you can see what those games look like. So if you're interested in those videos, you can go over to Gildart Gameplay and check those out. Personally, I think that's really fucking cool. I know this is just a weird thing, but I love that. Did you like the characters' portraits on Romance of the Three Kingdoms? I did. I would love to see more Romance of the Three Kingdoms costumes in Dynasty Warriors games. I loved the Romance of the Three Kingdoms 13 costume that Zhao Yun got in Dynasty Warriors 8. I played with that costume a lot. I actually uploaded some gameplay footage of that over on the second channel. Have you seen the new mobile? I did. Dynasty Warriors M. It's not available in Canada yet, but I am planning to download it when it is. I have already pre-registered, so once it is available, it'll automatically install onto my phone. I have been playing Dynasty Warriors Overlords a lot, and that is surprisingly a good mobile Dynasty Warriors game. If you if you are interested in getting into a mobile Warriors game, Dynasty Warriors Overlords is definitely up there. And I actually have a guild, obviously called The Guild, so you can go search for that. We still have space for members, and there are a couple of inactive people who I should probably kick just to allow people who are active to stay. So feel free to join. I am trying to play on a daily basis. There have been like the odd day that I just forget or am too busy, but like usually I put at least an hour into the game every day just to get my dailies, do maybe 1 or 2 story missions. Yeah, highly recommend. Aw, thanks, Legoshi. That's so nice. Oh, absolutely. If you meet me, I will sign things. It'll be weird because I didn't work on the games or anything. I just talk about them. But absolutely. Speaking of which, I might as well announce it that Chelsea and I will be at the Atlantic Entertainment Expo this March in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, and in April in Fredericton, New Brunswick. So we will be at both of those. Chelsea will be selling their stickers, crocheted and knit goodies, wood burnings, art prints. They've got a lot of shit that is just awesome. The icon, I don't know if it's which way it is on the YouTube layout, but my profile picture, Chelsea was actually the one that designed that. Most, if not all, of the visual assets that I use were designed by Chelsea. There's only a couple of logos that maybe I designed myself, which I think is Comparison and Expanded. Everything else was Chelsea. So they have a table at both of those conventions, so we will be there. If you want to come out and say hi, once we have the table numbers confirmed, I will be sharing that on Discord, on social media, and in a video. So I will be at both of those. Aw, thanks, Legoshi. Anyways, I think it's about time we get into the actual meat and potatoes of this with the... There we go. We've got the tier list up here now. Let me get my dates up because I did want to talk about the dates of when each thing was released. So I literally have a lot to go through. But this is literally just going to be like each individual release. It's going to be each individual. It is only Koei. It's not going to be like the Basara series is not in here. Dragon Guard's not in here because obviously there's a lot of Warriors games, or there's a lot of Musou-like games out there that I don't know about, which is part of the reason why I started the Warriors clones videos, because, you know, I want to show you guys what I have set aside for my Warriors clones collection, but I also want you guys to let me know if there's something that I might be missing out on. So anyways, we are going to start things off with Dynasty Warriors on PlayStation, which was released February 28th, 1997. I would have been 6 years old when this was released. This is just a one-on-one fighting game. It's not like the best of the best, but it's not really a bad fighting game either. And I've probably I've completed, 100% completed it, at least 3, maybe 4 times. So, like, that's gotta make it at least a decent one. I would probably say I wouldn't necessarily recommend it to many people, especially not people who are looking for a game to get into the Dynasty Warriors franchise with. So I am going to rank it at a respectable D. And I hear Chelsea just laughing. I knew they were going to laugh at that. I'll give it the D, respectfully. Now, Dynasty Warriors 2. This one was released on April 3rd, 2000. And this was a PS2 launch title. Now, the thing is, I will mention it here, all of the dates that I'm going off of are the North American release. Unless it wasn't released in North America, then I'm going to go off of the Japanese release. Respectful D's only. But going back to Dynasty Warriors 2, I have recently been playing it a little bit because I am going to be talking about some of the moveset changes that have happened throughout the Warriors franchise. That is the next big video that I have planned. I do have a video planned for around my experience with the Wii U and unplugging consoles once I finish Xenoblade Chronicles X and I actually unplug that console. But the next big video that I'll be working on is around all of the changes to the movesets in the Warriors franchise. Now, there were a couple of characters that I wanted to get gameplay footage for in Dynasty Warriors 2. One of the things is, Dynasty Warriors 2 is fucking hard as balls. So I had to grind for a couple of characters, because I didn't want to just play as 7 characters all playing on the Yellow Turban campaign or Hulao Gate. So I tried to get at least some varied footage of all of the characters that I talk about. But when I originally did the Muso Mei reviews, oh god, when was that? I'm gonna have to look that up. It was a while ago. Where's my playlists? 2017. Well, that was a while ago. Fuck, that's six years? Yeah, 6 years? Fuck. I've been doing Muso-Me for 6 years. Anyways, existential crisis aside, I reviewed this and I think I gave it a 4 out of 10. I did not enjoy it as, like, a modern Warriors game. Obviously, it's not a modern Warriors video game looking at it for its time. It was good, but it probably could have been a little bit better. Could have had a little bit more replayability, even for its time. Similar to Dynasty Warriors 1, I'm going to give this a respectable D. Dude, it's my birthday. Of course I feel old. I am 33 years old, by the way. For all of those youngins in the chat. I don't think I would enjoy playing a Warriors game with even more aggressive AI. Moving on, we are moving to probably one of the most nostalgic games for a lot of classic Warriors fans, Dynasty Warriors 3. Now, this is specifically the PS2 version, which released September 20th, 2001. So a little over a year after Dynasty Warriors 2, we got Dynasty Warriors 3, which is an upgrade in every sense of the word. Like, every sense of the word. It is an incredibly well-designed game. It still has its flaws. It still has the lock-on mechanic. It doesn't have camera control. But it at least has replayability, it has good combat, and good character design, good, like, just good gameplay all over. The story is probably the worst aspect, and obviously the voice acting. But this is a really good game. So, I would put Dynasty Warriors 3 on PS2 in the B tier. A disrespectful B. Yeah, big step up, but still a little flawed. Alright. So after Dynasty Warriors 3, we have Dynasty Warriors Tactics, which was released not too long after this, on February 28th, 2002. This was the first tactics style game that I think I ever played, actually. I don't even think I got into any of the tactics style games on PS1. Like, I definitely did not play Final Fantasy Tactics until after Dynasty Tactics. So it was mediocre. It's not the greatest. It has a lot of flaws from a tactical RPG kind of game. It was really cool to be able to play a Dynasty Tactics type of game, but I think could have been refined a little bit more. So I wouldn't play it before I would play Dynasty Warriors 1 or 2. So I'm putting it in E. Oh my god. The beer's hitting me, guys. I actually started from Dynasty Warriors 1, because technically, Muso game. Technically not, but had to include it just for the sake of including it. So the next release was Dynasty Warriors 3 Extreme Legends on PS2. This was released August 29th, 2002. So this was actually my first experience with the Dynasty Warriors franchise. I fucking loved it. I hated it at first, actually. I jumped into it, was like, I was expecting something more action RPG-ish, where it was... I wasn't expecting a stage-by-stage game, not a hack-and-slash beat-em-up kind of game. It just wasn't what I was expecting. I was coming off of the heels of stuff like Dark Cloud, Kingdom Hearts, and that sort of stuff. I think I was coming off of Kingdom Hearts. Maybe not. But something along the lines of that. That's kind of what I was expecting. So, originally, I didn't like it. Then a friend came over. We were looking through some of the games that I had that were two-player. This was one of them. We threw it in. We figured out that we could turn the difficulty down. And we played it on easy, and we were actually able to get past Lubu and actually have a lot of fun. So this has a lot of really good memories for me. It's where all of this got its start. So, I would say, personally, it's probably got a lot more memories to it than vanilla Dynasty Warriors 3, but I would say it doesn't have as much replayability, but it adds enough to Dynasty Warriors 3 that I say that this is one of the best Extreme Legends packages. So I would put this at the same level as Dynasty Warriors 3 on PS2. Now here's the thing. Dynasty Warriors 3 on PS2 and Dynasty Warriors 3 on Xbox are two completely... Well, I shouldn't say completely. They're two different versions of the same game. This is like one of the only times that Xbox got a different enough version that I'm including it here. So one of the things is Dynasty Warriors 3 on Xbox has the alternate colored outfits from Extreme Legends. It also has some more customization for the bodyguards, and this was released September 26th, 2002. So a month after Extreme Legends. I feel like it released before Extreme Legends in Japan, but we got it in the West after Extreme Legends, which was weird. But, yeah, I actually prefer this to the PS2 version and would even play this without the Extreme Legends because of the added extras to it without having to swap the discs. That being said, is it worth it to play it on Xbox over PS2 and miss out on the Extreme Legends content? Personally, yes. I'm a visual snob. I say that in the Fate Samurai Remnant video. So this is actually able to output a really solid 480p gameplay footage, and I talk about that in the why I prefer Xbox for my Warriors games video that I did like a couple of years ago. It just looks 1,000 times better. Now, that being said, I can't in good conscience put this above these other two just because this has a little bit more content than this, but just not all of the content from this. So, yeah. First Samurai Warriors game was the first. Same here. Well, I'll get to that when I get to Samurai Warriors. But now we have Dynasty Warriors 4, which was released February 27th, 2003. This was the first Warriors game that I played on launch. I made sure my parents were going to get it for me as a kid. How old was I? 12. I was 12 years old. So I made sure my parents got it for me. I had a demo of this. I had the PlayStation Magazine demo that came on the same disc as NBA Street 2. And I played the shit out of it. You could only play as Zhao Yun, Huang Gai, Liao Chan, and Dian Wei. You could only play with their level 5 weapon, so it had their 5-hit combo, and you could only play 2 stages, the Yellow Turban Menace, and, I forget the other one. I mentioned it in the Dynasty Warriors 4 Hyper review, but this is my childhood. This is the most amount of memories that I have with a Warriors game. I remember going ham on the absolutely lackluster character customizer. This is like what I say is like the basis point for what I expect from a classic Warriors game. It still has its flaws, obviously. There's no such thing as a perfect Warriors game out there. There's always going to be something for me to complain about. It still has the lock-on. The visuals are a little muddy. They're not as colorful as Dynasty Warriors 3 or 5. The character customizer is garbage. The story mode does leave a little bit to be desired. I do like how long each story is, but I feel like, you know, there could have been more uniqueness to them based on who you were playing as from each dynasty. But Dynasty Warriors 4 will forever be one of my favorite games in the classic franchise and in the franchise in its entirety. So obviously, Dynasty Warriors 4 gets an A. Almost done with Hideyoshi's story? Nice. I need to replay the Samurai Warriors Extreme Legends specifically. And we'll get to that when I get to that. The next game is Dynasty Tactics 2. This was released June 26th, 2003. I haven't had as much time with Dynasty Tactics 2. I actually don't own this one physical. I bought it digitally on PS3, so I have it there. And it does improve a lot on Dynasty Tactics. It's still not a great tactics style game. That's like the unfortunate thing. It does bring it up enough for me to actually want to go back and play it more, and maybe one of these days I'll stream it. But I can't put it very high, so I'll probably just put it at a respectable D. Can I actually change this? Oh my god. There we go. Oh, you're playing Dynasty Tactics 2 right now? Nice. Oh, respectful. Right, respectful. A respectful D. Thanks for the correction, Casper. You do! Chelsea just said they're gonna make, or they need to make this a sticker. The respectful D. There's a couple designs that we've been kind of playing around with for some potential merch for me for these conventions. What? Oh yeah, the backlog booty shorts. So booty shorts that say backlog on the back. There was also the Visual Snobs Club t-shirt design that I would love to get made up. That comes from a joke from the Fate Samurai Remnant video, which if you haven't watched it, it's available on the channel right now. I really had a lot of fun with that script and worked in a lot of jokes. But currently I do have stickers of my avatar, as well as little acrylic standees that you can get at the conventions if you come out to AEX, Charlottetown, or Fredericton. But enough plugging the merch. We're moving on to Dynasty Warriors 4 Extreme Legends, which was released September 25th, 2003. Now this game... This is a good example of how not to make an Extreme Legends expansion. This added next to nothing worthwhile. It had a couple of extra items, so it allowed you to go up to level 11 weapons, so essentially the 5th weapon to a character. Now, here's the fun part about that. That's pretty well it. It also gave you a new mode. The best mode that came out of it was the extreme mode, where it's kind of like a procedurally generated mission mode. It wasn't that great. What they did in Dynasty Warriors 5 Extreme Legends with it was way better. Legend mode was just small little challenges for each character. It's not good. It's not good. Anytime I would play Dynasty Warriors 4 Extreme Legends, I had to do the remix with the original content. I could not play Dynasty Warriors 4 Extreme Legends by itself. However, Dynasty Warriors 3 Extreme Legends, I could play that by itself. I mean, I did. I didn't get Dynasty Warriors 3 Vanilla until after I had already had Dynasty Warriors 5 and Samurai Warriors 2. That's how long it took me to get the vanilla Dynasty Warriors 3, and I still played the shit out of 3 Extreme Legends. Dynasty Warriors 5 Extreme, or 4 Extreme Legends, I'm gonna give that an E. Because I would still play it, if I were to play it on PS2, obviously I'm going to be playing it with the Extreme Legends content. I'm not going to go just play the vanilla version. But, like, it does not add anything to the game. As a standalone experience, it sucks. So, yeah. Alright, Legoshi, thanks for coming out. Have a good night. Now that I got that out of my system, let's move on to something a little bit more worthwhile. Samurai Warriors 1 was released February 11th, 2004. It seems like they enjoy releasing Warriors games, at least in the West, on February. E should be disrespectful. There. Can I... Oh no, that doesn't work. No, it won't do that. What if I... There we go. That's what I want. Alright. Samurai Warriors 1 was such a breath of fresh air, because after playing Dynasty Warriors 3 Extreme Legends and Dynasty Warriors 4, I was ready to have something different. And so, like, this was the perfect time to release Samurai Warriors. And I was actually getting into, like, anime at the time. So, Inuyasha, I tried to get into Gundam Seed, but I had watched Gundam Wing. I was deep into Dragon Ball Z. I was starting to read Shonen Jump magazine, and I was actually getting interested in Japanese history and culture, and so releasing Samurai Warriors was the perfect thing that Koei Tecmo could do. However, it's still not perfect. There is a slight lock-on. Like, some moves are locked on, some are not, so it's not quite like Dynasty Warriors 4 and before that, where they're like straight on locked on, and it's not like Dynasty Warriors 5 and Samurai Warriors 2 where you can move around however you want. It's still not the perfect system. There's still no camera control. I will say the Xbox version of this, similar to Dynasty Warriors 4 and Dynasty Warriors 3, it outputs a progressive display, but unlike Dynasty Warriors 3, Dynasty Warriors 4 and Samurai Warriors 1 have, like, no other changes to the actual game itself. Yeah, it does feel very clunky. The visuals are extremely muddy. If you were to play this on a CRT, they don't look that good. In fact, I would say you have to play this on a progressive display because there's like next to no color in this game. What is nice, though, I will say, Samurai Warriors 1 and Dynasty Warriors 4 are backwards compatible on Xbox 360. Alright, Corks, thanks for coming out. Hope you have a good night. Before I go, I want to mention Samurai Warriors Katana for Wii. Played a lot as a teenager. Zero replayability. Well, thanks for coming out. And to everybody in the chat, as well as anybody that needs to head out, I highly recommend you can do this tier list yourself. There is a link in the description below that links to this exact tier list. Do it. Take a screenshot, share it in the Discord, share it on Twitter, Instagram, tag me so I can look at your tier list, what you did with this. But going back to Samurai Warriors, I still think it is a good game, so I'm going to put this with B. Same as Dynasty Warriors 3 and 3 Extreme Legends. My favorite part was called hearing little Date call adults imbecile. Samurai Warriors 1 Date. So good. But now we're moving on to Dynasty Warriors 4 Empires. This was released March 18th, 2004. And this was the first ever Empires style game. I loved the Empires style of gameplay of like starting your army from scratch and working your way until you conquered China. This was an extremely bare bones release. There's no progression really. You unlock art, and that's about it. What I did enjoy was this had a 2-player versus mode that was really, really good. And I really enjoyed that. Now, did I enjoy the actual Empires gameplay? At the time, I did. I played through maybe a couple of playthroughs before I realized I don't. I don't like the Empires gameplay from Dynasty Warriors 4 Empires. It is probably the worst Empires because it's the first. I will not give this a disrespectful E. I do think that this is better than Dynasty Warriors 4 Extreme Legends. This does enough where it is respectful, so I'm gonna put it in a D. I respect the fact that it adds a lot to the series and created the Empires series. It just did not do enough to stand out and make me go, yeah, you should go back and play Dynasty Warriors 4 Empires. You should not. Play any other. Oh, my nose is starting to run. And I'm gonna switch things up. I'm not gonna go on break and do a standing break like I usually do. I'm going to stand just normally because I can do that now. I can stand, and when I'm doing these chat kind of videos or this sort of stuff, I'm not tied to my monitor with my headphones, so I can walk around. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I can do whatever I want. But now we're moving on from Dynasty Warriors 4 Empires to Samurai Warriors Extreme Legends. This was the first Samurai Warriors Extreme Legends. It added 4 characters' stories to the base game. It added Hideyoshi, Yoshimoto, Tadakatsu, and Ina. Tadakatsu was a must-add because, like, he is one of the strongest characters in Samurai Warriors, and the fact that he wasn't in the base game of the first game is just... It was a no-brainer. You have to add Tadakatsu. What I was surprised at was the fact that Ieyasu and Nagamasa, who were unique NPCs in the base game, were not made playable, but Hideyoshi and Yoshimoto were. I feel like if they didn't make Ina playable, or they shouldn't have made Ina playable until Samurai Warriors 2. They should have made Nagamasa and Ieyasu playable in this game, in my opinion. Thank you, Sword, and welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. But Samurai Warriors Extreme Legends is actually similar to Dynasty Warriors 3 Extreme Legends. It adds a lot to the table. It gives you enough that it can be played by itself. You do not need Samurai Warriors 1 to play Samurai Warriors Extreme Legends. It's recommended, but you don't need it. It also added items, an extra weapon. It added the fact that if you were in your alternate costume, you could add a setting that made everyone else in their alternate costume, which was fantastic. It was something that I was wanting with Dynasty Warriors 4 specifically, because I would have loved to be going around in my Dynasty Warriors 3 outfit and have everybody in their Dynasty Warriors 3 outfit. So, Samurai Warriors Extreme Legends, same as Samurai Warriors 1, gets a B rank. Oh, excuse me. And now we move on to the first Warriors game that I actually went out of my way to make sure that I got the console for. Dynasty Warriors for PSP, which was released December 16th, 2004. I remember, I think my uncle actually bought me the PSP and the game for a birthday or something. I can't remember if it was my uncle or my parents that bought that. Favorite Hyrule Warriors character? That's a tough one. Because I really like Lana. I really like Volga. I like Link, obviously. Impa's good. They're all good. It's all good. There's very few characters in Hyrule Warriors that I would say that I dislike. But that might be another good tier list because I forget some of the characters that are actually really good. Skull Kid is good and so is Linkle. Not bad choices. But what is a bad choice is Dynasty Warriors on PSP. This is probably one of my most hated games in the entire franchise. It is definitely on the list. If I were to make a top 10 worst Warriors games of all time, this would be on it. And that's because it does not carry over your weapon experience between stages. Not just playthroughs. At least Dynasty Warriors 4 Empires carried over your weapon experience between playthroughs. So if you started your playthrough, by the end of your playthrough, you would be guaranteed to be going into a fresh, new stage with your strongest weapon. But in Dynasty Warriors for PSP, you play through these very small, it's almost like a tactics RPG kind of board that you go around in a grid, and each grid is its own little mini contained battle. You do that battle, you get some weapon experience, you keep going through that stage until you get to the end where you fight the boss, and then you start the next stage at level 1. Do you see the problem here? This game was so frustrating that I only played through maybe 3 stories before dropping it as a kid. As a stupid kid that would play games that are stupid. Dynasty Warriors on PSP gets an F. For fuck this game. Oh, God, Kawaki, I am the same. That's what I gave Hyrule Warriors a 10 out of 10, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that and Pirate Warriors 3 are the only games they're the only Warriors games that I've given a 10 out of 10 to. Well, now that we're past that emotional turmoil, we're moving on to Dynasty Warriors 4 Hyper. Probably one of my biggest white whales, besides Dynasty Warriors 5 Special on Xbox 360, which we will get to eventually. But Dynasty Warriors 4 Hyper was one of those games that I was constantly on the lookout for a reasonably priced copy. Which somebody in the Discord, oh my God, I forget who it was. I am sorry. But somebody in the Discord actually sent a message saying, you know, that they found one that is a reasonable price. And I went to go buy it on my phone because I had the eBay app. And of course, my eBay app wouldn't load properly, so I wasn't able to buy it. It was like $25 with shipping. So it cost just as much as my Russian copy. But I still played a shit ton, even though I own it in Russian. So, Dynasty Warriors 4 Hyper, that's gonna have to get an A rank. It's essentially just Dynasty Warriors, but with better graphics. Or Dynasty Warriors 4 with better graphics. It does not have the Extreme Legends content. It is not in widescreen. It does not have any sort of improvements, like the removal of the lock-on, which it should have had, considering it came out after Dynasty Warriors 4 Empires, which did remove the lock-on. But it's still such a great experience. I love this. Oh, excuse me. It's been a long day. It's been a long week already, and it's only Tuesday. But now we're going to move on to Dynasty Warriors 5, which released February 24th, 2005. This was one of those games that I played a shit ton of. I really enjoyed it a lot. I did dislike the move back to individual character stories because I really, really enjoyed the length of having to play through the entirety of a Dynasty's story. I would have liked to see them do that with Dynasty Warriors 5. But I did appreciate that they made each character kind of feel unique. That's one of the reasons why I loved Dynasty Warriors 5. I did continuously go back to Dynasty Warriors 4 to play that, and there was something about Dynasty Warriors 4 that kind of made it come out a little on top from like a memory standpoint for Dynasty Warriors 5, but I would still rank this at the same rank as Dynasty Warriors 4. There's a lot of people out there that know what Dynasty Warriors is, but they don't know what Dynasty Warriors is. They've heard of the game, but they've never played one. And there was a guy I used to work with. Oh, thank you, Ashar, for joining the volunteer unit over on Coffee. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. It does mean a lot. I really... I don't know how to express the words, but, like, it's really something when somebody goes out of their way to say, you know what, your content is something that I really enjoy. Have some money to make more, to make it better. That just means so much to me, so thank you again. Did I miss anyone who had made a donation? No. Ashar's the first one, so thanks again, Ashar. And thanks for the birthday wish. If I have to be honest, I love Dynasty Warriors 5, but I feel like it was missing a lot of content compared to 4. Oh, and thanks, lazy guy. Oh my god. I have to finish this beer so I can start my water. Oh, thanks, God Kawaki. I appreciate it. And I'm glad that you enjoy the content. That's what I'm here for. Anyways, now we're going to move on from Dynasty Warriors 5 to a weird entry. Dynasty Warriors Advance was released on March 24th, 2005. Oh, no worries, Koyota. Feel free to rewind or you know, hold off on rewinding and just watch the VOD when it's all said and done. If you need to step away, feel free to step away. What did I just... Oh, God. I elbowed Motochika's shamisen. My little Motochika from Samurai Warriors 3. But feel free to step away if you need to. You don't have to watch this entire stream, considering we are about an hour in and we're only on Dynasty Warriors Advance, and we still have all of these left to go through. But Dynasty Warriors Advance was the first portable game where I actually enjoyed myself with it. I will admit that I didn't at first, but after playing it enough because some of my friends were playing it as well, we would actually bring this to our school and play it together, and it was a lot of fun. I remember unlocking Lubu and actually really enjoying his moveset. I actually have one of the first conventions that Chelsea was a vendor at. There was somebody who did sprite artwork, so I got this Shahodun from Dynasty Warriors Advance. And this kind of sits in the collection. And I kind of want to do some myself and get more sprite work of different Warriors sprites from Dynasty Warriors Advance. But Dynasty Warriors Advance is still very flawed. It only has 4 characters per dynasty and Lubu. Some characters do have unique designs, like Zheng Jiao has a unique design but is not playable. Some use the like portraits from the game, like Zheng He, but he is a generic model in the game. And then there's the weird fact that, like, Shahodun, as you can tell by the sprite artwork, oh my god, as you can tell from the sprite work, that's his Dynasty Warriors 3 costume. Most of the characters, as you can tell by the artwork, this is Sun Tzu in Dynasty Warriors 4. Like, it's this weird mishmash. And it came out after Dynasty Warriors 5. By 1 month. But it still could have had Dynasty Warriors 5 art assets. It gets a C. The first C. That is done. Time to get hydrated. The vacant forts thing might be Dynasty Warriors 5, 5 Empires, and maybe 6? I know 5 definitely had some vacant forts for you to capture, but the thing was, I didn't like capturing them unless they were a supply gate, because if the enemy captures it, and it's a defense or an attack base, the captain of that base will drop a defense +1 or an attack +1. So the next game on the list is Dynasty Warriors 5 Extreme Legends, which was released September 15th, 2005. This is another one of those Extreme Legends where I was able to play it a lot without installing the base game along with the Extreme Legends expansion. So it was a lot of fun to actually play just by itself. And I believe this came out just before we were moving. So I'm originally born in Nova Scotia. My dad was in the military. and at one point he was stationed to Victoria, BC, which is literally on the other side of the country. So I grew up a lot with the Dynasty Warriors games while living in Victoria, BC, and Dynasty Warriors 5 Extreme Legends came out just before we moved to Prince Edward Island, where we are now. I played so much of this game. It was probably the game that got me through the road trip from Victoria to Charlottetown. Which was such a long drive, but my parents got me a mini DVD player, and we had the PS2 set up with the mini DVD player in the back of our car, and I was able to play this game on the road trip. Oh, excuse me. I remember playing this, Mega Man X8, and one other game that I can't quite remember. I don't think I played it as often, but I remember playing this a lot. I didn't drive. I was too young to drive. But I was in the back of the car playing this. So, obviously, Dynasty Warriors 5 Extreme Legends gets an A. It's on the same level as Dynasty Warriors 4 and 5 to me. It adds a lot of content to the base game. It adds, like, actual full-length stories for Legend mode. Extreme mode is more refined. It added Destiny mode, which is such a missed opportunity that it was only in 5 Extreme Legends. But it was still such a good experience. And when you mixed the two games, you got the perfect classic Warriors game. So that's why they're both in A. Yeah. Yeah, it was a long drive. We stayed at a lot of hotels. I remember visiting some family along the way as well. I remember when we first moved here. Oh, this is a fun story. When we first moved to Prince Edward Island, we were supposed to be buying a house on the countryside. So, lots of land. It would have also meant that I would have been going to a Christian school, so I'm kind of grateful it didn't fall through. But the people who were selling it hummed and hawed and took their sweet time with actually signing the papers. So we couldn't actually move in when we were there. So we had to stay in a hotel while we tried to find a new house. We had to take the first house that we were able to afford and get. That wasn't just a shit show. It ended up being a shit show. We had to, like, remove a lot of stuff. There was mold. It was just bad. But it was affordable. It was actually in the area where we were staying at a hotel. So, like, the area we had already gotten used to. I was already going to school in that area. So, yes, I was going to middle school while living in a hotel for, like, the first week or two of school. So that was weird. But, yeah. We don't know the full reason why the people wouldn't sign the paperwork, but from what we could tell, it was because we're not from Prince Edward Island. When we first moved here, there was some, like, stigma around being an islander and being from Prince Edward Island. I remember the local news channel making a report that there was X number of people who immigrated to Prince Edward Island. And when my mom called the news station, she was like, that's quite a large number. Like, are these people coming from outside of Canada? And they were like, no, coming from outside of Prince Edward Island. So she was like, well, I came from outside of Prince Edward Island. Am I an immigrant? And the person was like, yeah. And so we were like, but we're Canadian. And she was like, yeah, but you immigrated from the mainland to the island. And it was like, what the fuck? That whole mentality is gone by now, but it was... Well, it's not gone, but for the most part, it's gone. Anyways, back to the tier list. Oh, I would love some tiramisu right now. In fact, I would actually kill for a coffee. Well, if I were to, I could just make a pot if I wanted to. Anyways, let's move on to more games, shall we? The next game on the list, I'm gonna drive up to PEI now with an American flag playing Canadian Idiot by Weird Al. Maybe don't wave the American flag, because, well, there is a bit of a stigma around America as well, especially if you're being like, oh yeah, proud American kind of mentality around it. But that's also becoming apparent by being the way that Canadians can sometimes be now. We're getting that whole toxic, proud Canadian now, which is unfortunate. But enough about politics, because this is definitely a political channel. We got Dynasty Warriors 5 Special that was released November 16th, 2005. This was just like Dynasty Warriors 4 Hyper. It was one of my white whales, and it took me forever to save up to buy a Japanese Xbox 360 and import the game itself. I was able to actually get a boxed Japanese Xbox 360. The boxed Japanese Xbox 360 was less than the next priced one, which was a loose console with none of the cords. So, you know, this was a really good buy. I'm so happy I was able to find it for a decent price. And not only that, it is literally just Dynasty Warriors 5 and Dynasty Warriors 5 Extreme Legends combined on the 360 in widescreen with HD graphics, dynamic shadows, dynamic lighting. It's missing Destiny mode. It's missing Destiny mode. There's no edit mode. You can't create your own characters. But besides that, it is still one of the best singular packages that you can get from a game. And it's also only released in Japan. Only. So, of course, that hurts it. How did they forget Destiny mode? I know! It's a crime that Destiny mode was not included. Mega disrespectful. This is going in F. No, this is actually going in S, because, like, from a package perspective, yes, it is missing Destiny mode, which is one of the best modes that have ever been put into a Warriors game, but the rest of the package is great. If this were released in North America in English, it would probably have gotten a 10 out of 10 review from me. Even though it's missing Destiny mode. Even though it has no camera control. Everything else is still great. So we got our first S. We got only one in C. And now we're starting with Samurai Warriors State of War, which was released December 8th, 2005 on PSP. Oh, Calamity War, Dynasty Warriors Gundam Reborn was released in the West. It was digital only in North America, and Europe got a physical. So if you're specifically looking for a physical in English, you can order it from Europe. It's going to be like $150 because they only made it a limited release. But I would actually recommend, if you can... Wait, can you still buy games? Is the PS3 store down now? Yes. No. Wait. Both the PS3 servers and store remain in operation in 2023. So... doesn't seem like it. The PlayStation 3 store is down, so if you can get money into your account, I know that there is a weird thing that you need to... Yeah, you need to preload your account with money, so you have to buy, like, the PlayStation Store cards and do that all on, like, a PS4 or on the actual website before you log into your PS3, because the PS3, I don't think it accepts download codes anymore. Oh, you can't do it on the store itself? Even on a PS4 or 5? But yeah, you can buy, oh, excuse me. You can buy, Dynasty Warriors, Gundam Reborn, and all of the DLC still on PS3. So that is still an option if you do want to play, Dynasty Warriors Gundam Reborn. I just thought maybe you could add the funds with a PlayStation card by buying it at a store and then entering the code on a PS4 or 5. Okay, cool. Thanks, Lord Vlad, for the confirmation. But that's an option. Whoever was questioning Calamity War. That is an option if you're looking to play Dynasty Warriors Gundam Reborn. One of the best Warriors games of all time, in my opinion. Especially if you get the DLC. There's a lot of good mobile suits, stages, and stories in the DLC. I think there are games that I do want to still pick up on PS3 before the store does go down eventually. I know I want to get all of the DLC for Dynasty Warriors 7 Empires because there are like a couple of things that are really cool. But I don't think there's really any digital games that I want to pick up. Anyways, we're not talking about the PS3 store. We're talking about Warriors games. Samurai Warriors State of War is probably one of the better portable experiences that's exclusively portable. They took what was created with Dynasty Warriors on PSP and actually made it good. Like, they took... Oh, Reborn is awesome, but I do wish there were more charge attacks and charge attack styles. Well, I mean, like... Do you mean, like, in Samurai Warriors 2, where there's, like, 3 different types of combo sets? Because it plays similar to Dynasty Warriors, like, 7 and 8, 3, 4, and 5, where it's just kind of a string of square attacks until you press triangle to end your combo. And there are some clones, which is fine with how many mobile suits there are. And the clones make sense. Like, the Zaku and the Hyzak are the exact same. The Strike and the Strike Rouge are practically the same. So, like, it makes sense which mobile suits are clones of each other. But Samurai Warriors State of War literally took that grid-based, every square on the grid is its own little mini contained battle, and just made it that much better. You could carry over your weapons. You could find random weapons. There was an actual story mode for every character. There were secrets in every stage. You could find Dynasty Warriors characters to hire as your bodyguard. This was the quintessential experience on PSP, on the go, for a very long time. I will actually rank it with Dynasty Warriors Advance because I probably wouldn't rank it at the same level as Dynasty Warriors 3, Samurai Warriors 1. Like, that sort of stuff is definitely above, but I would probably say it's a C+, where Advance is like a C, C-. Now we got the big guns. It's Samurai Warriors 2, which was released on February 24th, 2006. This is probably this is the best Samurai Warriors game to date. I do think that Samurai Warriors 5 is a good game. I love playing Samurai Warriors 5, and anytime I go back to play it, I am having a great time. But with Samurai Warriors 2, I am having an amazing time. I love this game. I don't think I can talk much farther about that without starting to make my own, like, another video again. All of these games I've mentioned in some form or another on videos, with the exception of Dynasty Tactics. So you can go check out some of the Musou videos from 2017 and 2016. This game gets an S. 100%. So this game is Jansan Goku Musou, or Dynasty Warriors Mahjong, which was released on March 23rd, 2006. This one, it's just Mahjong. It's the multiplayer Mahjong. It's not Mahjong Solitaire, though, which is the Mahjong that I prefer. It took me a little while to understand the gameplay of it because it's different from Mahjong Solitaire. It didn't really add a whole lot to the Mahjong game by being a Dynasty Warriors game. The Mahjong didn't add anything to the Dynasty Warriors aspect. It was just, it existed. I know this is disrespectful, but I would put this with Dynasty Tactics and Dynasty Warriors 4 Extreme Legends. It was unnecessary. It was okay. Like, this was not offensive in any way. It just existed. Now we get on to Dynasty Warriors 5 Empires, which was released... Oh, this is not in order? Oh no! These were all released on the same day. So, Jansan Goku Musou, Dynasty Warriors 5 Empires, and... Wait. Wait a minute. Oh! Oh, so the dates that I have here are actually the Japanese releases. So these are all the Japanese dates. I said at the beginning of the stream that these are all the North American dates. I was wrong. I thought these were. So these all released on the same day in Japan. Callum, if you're gonna play a Samurai Warriors game, I would definitely recommend Samurai Warriors 2. Whether on PS2, 360, or PS3, it's a good experience. The PS3 version is Japanese only, so there is also that. But Dynasty Warriors 5 Empires, I didn't play a whole lot of this on PS2. but I played a ton of this on Xbox 360 because it was my first Dynasty Warriors game in HD, which HD at the time was 720p, and HD to me was a 720p game downscaled to 480i because I still had a CRT at the time. But this was still a great game. I probably wouldn't say it's one of the best Empires games, but it is the best Empires game from the classics. So pre-Dynasty Warriors 6, Samurai Warriors 3. So this one's going in S. I did love this game. Honestly, one of the Empires games that I put the most amount of time into. I have all of the achievements on 360, and I still go back to play it from time to time, though that has now slowed down a lot because of Dynasty Warriors 5 Special. Because this is the version of Dynasty Warriors 5 that I would have preferred to play on the 360. And then we have Dynasty Warriors Volume 2, which was released on March 23rd, 2006, as well, alongside Dynasty Warriors 5 Empires and Jansangoku Musou. I don't know why they decided to release 3 games on the same day. It doesn't seem to be a special day for anything. It would have been like the 6-year anniversary for the Musou franchise, but not to the day, because Dynasty Warriors 2 was released on April 3rd, 2000, so they could have like held off for just like a couple of weeks and then celebrated this grand release for the 6-year anniversary of the Musou franchise. But yeah, so Dynasty Warriors Volume 2 was released March 23rd, 2006 in Japan, but it was released on October 24th, 2006 in North America. This is the Warriors game that I share a birthday with. It released on my 16th birthday. Thanks, Juamaru. Happy birthday for the first time here during your streams, but I watched plenty of your pros versus cons reviews. I'm a viewer of Profire. Greetings from Greece. Welcome! Greetings from Canada. Thanks for coming out. Only game I have ever 100% got all achievements is One Piece Pirate Warriors 3. Did I get all of the trophies for that game? I can't remember if I got all the trophies, but no, I don't think I did. But I'm getting there. But yeah, Volume 2 does what Samurai Warriors State of War did, and just evolved it even further. It is probably the best unique portable experience for its time. We're going to get to another game that does a portable Warriors experience even better, but Dynasty Warriors Volume 2, I have to put it at a B tier. It is in the same rank as Dynasty Warriors 3, Samurai Warriors 1, 3 Extreme Legends, Samurai Warriors 1 Extreme Legends. Like, this is the best PSP game that's like its own unique thing. Next up on the list is Dynasty Warriors Online, the first Dynasty Warriors Online game, also known as Shinsangoku Musou BB for broadband, because that was a buzzword back in the day. This was released on November 1st, 2006, and fun story about this, this released in North America probably in 2008. it took a while to come over here. It took years to get over here. No, it didn't come out 2008. No, maybe 2008, maybe 2009. God, I can't remember. Anyways, it came out while I was looking to get into university or college or whatever, post-secondary. I was just fresh out of high school, and my parents just bought me my first laptop. And they were like, this is for you to use for school purposes. So I quickly downloaded video games onto it. But I was actually able to sign up for and participate in the beta test for Dynasty Warriors Online. It was an experience. I remember the beta testing only being 4-player 2v2, maybe? Like 2 people on one side, 2 people on the other, fighting each other. I remember that. I remember the character customization not being very good. I remember only being able to select a couple of weapons that were already in Dynasty Warriors 5, so I didn't get to play as any of the extra or the new movesets that were introduced in online. And after it came out, I didn't actually buy or pay for the online subscription, which did lead, I think a lot of people didn't pay for it, which led to its disappearance. But they did continue to update it for years afterwards in Japan, and it eventually became a really good game. But I would probably say, since it was the first iteration of Dynasty Warriors being an online game, it was definitely not up to snuff, to say the least. I would put Dynasty Warriors Online at a respectful D. I would probably say that, you know, if we were to have a lot more support in the West for the game and got all the updates, it would have been so much better to be able to play what Japan had got at the end of everything. I did try to play the Japanese game on the PS4 for a while, but like the language barrier was just too much. The next game we have on the list is Samurai Warriors 2 Empires, which was released November 16th, 2006. This is a step down from Dynasty Warriors 5 Empires, and quite a step down indeed. I thought this game played so much slower than Samurai Warriors 2 and 2 Extreme Legends, which came out after the fact. But at the time, I remember it just did not feel good. It didn't have enough meat to it that really let me sink my teeth into. It did let you carry over weapon experience or weapons that you got and stuff. So there was at least some progression so that if you finished one playthrough and you started the next one, you could actually carry over some of that stuff. But it still wasn't the greatest experience. I would put this at a C tier. And then we got Dynasty Warriors Gundam, the first spin-off, like non-original story or characters, and we got Gundam of all things. That was a big surprise to me. I was like, whoa, Dynasty Warriors is big enough to get a Gundam release? And I remember fucking loving this game, because at the time I was just getting hot off the heels of an absolute love for Dynasty or for Gundam Wing, and a very meh experience with Gundam Seed. And I had like a couple of the figures, none of the kits at the time, but a couple of the figures, and I was excited to get more out of the Gundam series. And I remember playing the shit out of this. So, Dynasty Warriors Gundam 1, that's going to get... You know what? I'm going to have to put it at a C tier, because even though I played the shit out of it, it's only because it was different. Going back and playing it, it's a mess. It doesn't have like a lot of replayability. Once you unlock Musha Gundam, it's like, okay, what do I do now? You can play through all of the stories, but all of the stories are practically the same. There is an original story, which I do think is the best original story out of all the Dynasty Warriors Gundam games, but that's really the only reason why I would say you need to play the first Dynasty Warriors Gundam game. It gets way better from the first game. And also, speaking of Musha Gundam, I'm going to try to move this without destroying half the stuff in my collection. But this is the Musha Gundam model kit that I built live on stream for Musou last year or the year before. I can't remember. I think it was last year. Okay, stand still. And while I'm showing that off, you can... No, you can't see them. But I also have the Musha Mark II. And the fact that I got both of these and was able to build them live on stream, that's probably the best part about the Gundam Musou. If you still have a 360, though, the demo for the first Dynasty Warriors Gundam is available still. So you can still go and play the demo for Dynasty Warriors Gundam 1. Was playing as Musha Gundam last night, and oh, I gotta play more Battle Alliance. But I actually have that version of Musha Gundam, the SD version, which it does have a little bit of a different design to it. I don't know if it's going to come across very well. No, let me turn off the light. Still not the greatest, but look at his eyes. He's a happy boy. He's a happy boy. He's giving you a little wave. Ugh. Ooh, I need to play more of Battle Alliance. Goddamn, it's a good game, but it's good in small doses, I will say. Also, my throat is starting to get a little hoarse, so I'm gonna throw in a lozenge. All right, next up on our list is Warriors Orochi, the first of the Orochi series, which was supposed to be a send-off to the 6th generation of gaming, which housed so much of the Dynasty Warriors franchise. I mean, look at all of this. There's only like a handful of these games that were not on the PS2 specifically. Dynasty Warriors for PSP, Dynasty Warriors Online. Dynasty Warriors Gundam was eventually released on PS2. State of War, Advance, Volume 2, 5 Special. Everything else, oh, and 4 Hyper. Everything else was on the PS2, except Dynasty Warriors 1. But Warriors Orochi 1 was meant to be a send-off to the PS2 as a thank you for housing the Warriors franchise for the longest period of time. It was supposed to be a one and done kind of thing, and then they made 3 more games. I will say, I see you decaying, Reaver, giving it an S already. I will say it is quite flawed. The story is decent. It's not the greatest, but it's decent. It has a okay amount of fan service, but replayability just isn't there. I felt like, you know, once I finished the stories, I didn't want to keep playing it. But it was a good first experience for an Orochi game. So, similar to Dynasty Warriors Gundam, I'm going to give it a C. And maybe that's the thing, Koyota. I had already played Dynasty and Samurai Warriors up until this point. So I had already experienced both characters from a gameplay perspective. So the only new experiences were the mixed stages, the story, which was kind of mid, and Orochi and Daji. Which, again, once you unlock Orochi, there's really nothing that you can do other than grind. So it wasn't really something that I was like, oh, I gotta play Orochi after finishing it. Plus, we all know it gets better from here. I think we all know. Next up on the list is Samurai Warriors 2 Extreme Legends. This one was released, where is my list? August 23rd, 2007. This took me forever to get. I ended up buying the DLC for the game on Xbox 360 and proceeded to not play it. After that, my Xbox red ringed. I got an Xbox from my dad, who was like, you know, we had two Xboxes because we got angry at each other for taking it from each other when, you know, I would play Dynasty Warriors, but my dad would want to play Ghost Recon. So, he got his own Xbox 360, and when mine red ringed, he gave me his because he got an Elite, which was better. And he still had a, like the original model. So, I got mine, and the thing is, even though you can move your profile from Xbox to Xbox, you do miss out on the fact that any of the downloadable stuff is connected to the original console that it was downloaded on through licensings. So you have to download the licensing every single time, which back then you had to call the Xbox helpline and get them to transfer your licenses manually. It was a fucking bitch. I hated it. I hated every time I had to call for it because I had to do it 4 times because my Xbox red ringed 3 times. So, when I got it from my dad, I was like, I don't want to fucking call Xbox. I'll just play regular Samurai Warriors 2 without 2 Extreme Legends. I don't care that I paid for it. I'm just gonna play Samurai Warriors 2. And for the longest time, I played without any of the DLC that I had paid for previously. And then when it got around to 2018, when I was reviewing all of Samurai Warriors, I was like, okay, now is the time that I need to include 2 Extreme Legends. So I called Xbox, and the guy that I got was actually really nice. He helped me out, and he told me that now you don't actually have to call. There is a setting in the system settings that allows you to transfer the licenses from the profile that you are currently logged in on, and it's almost instantaneous. And we ended up getting to talking, and he was like, oh, well, you know, why are you trying to do this? You're trying to play a 360 game? Why aren't you playing Xbox One? And I said, well, you know, I wanted to do this because I'm reviewing these games on my YouTube channel. And he was like, oh my god, that's awesome. And so he was like, can I give you one little piece of advice, whether you use it for your video or you use it for just for your own personal gain? And I was like, sure. And he let me know about the fact that if you set up your Xbox One console as your home console, whoever's home console that is, all of the other users on that console get any of these subscription services that the main profile pays for. So if the main profile has Xbox Live Gold, then everyone else can take advantage of playing online or downloading the Xbox Live Gold's games for the month on that console. If the main profile pays for Game Pass, everybody underneath that, or everybody else that logs into that console, can take advantage of Game Pass. If the main profile buys a game, then everybody else can play that game without having to buy it themselves. And so, when Chelsea and I got married, we got some money from people for the wedding, and we used that money. I bought a Xbox One X, Chelsea bought himself a Switch. So now my Xbox One X is Chelsea's home console, and Chelsea's Xbox One is my home console. So any games that I buy or receive for like review purposes, Chelsea can play. Anything Chelsea buys or pays for, I can play on my console. So it just made like everything that much better, so that we didn't have to buy two digital versions of the same game. We just needed to buy one game, and we could both download it because we changed our console so that my console is their home console and their console is my home console. So that was like an interesting thing that I learned from this experience. But getting back to Samurai Warriors 2 Extreme Legends, this was just a good overall Extreme Legends. It doesn't add a whole lot. It's like marrying consoles. Yes. Exactly. So like, he recommended that, you know, you either do that for your spouse, or you do that for your partner, or you do that with your friends. So like, if I had a friend who wanted to take advantage of the fact that I bought certain games or paid for certain services, I could make their console my home console, and they could make mine theirs, and like we could share games and stuff digitally. Anyways, back to Samurai Warriors 2 Extreme Legends. It didn't add as much as I would want from like a Extreme Legends standpoint, but it did add enough that I really enjoyed playing as the new characters. I liked that they gave Kojiro and Katsuie their own movesets. I don't know if you saw the sheer shock that I forgot his name. Oh, excuse me. So this goes in the A for me. God, I am not used to talking for like this long. Usually when I'm live streaming, I am just kind of like interacting with the chat and playing the game, and I'm concentrating on the game for bits and parts, and I'm not talking as much. But this has been all me talking for the last 2 hours, and we still have all of these games to go through. Oh my god. So let's try to push through, because I don't want to be streaming for like 5 hours. But I keep going off on tangents. That's my fault. Anyways, next game on the list is Sengoku Musou Patch Slot. Alright, Juamaru, thanks for coming out. Have a good night. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, this game. This is a Samurai Warriors Pachinko machine that I don't know what day what the release date of the Pachinko machine is, but they, for some reason, they were like, hey, let's release this Pachinko machine on PS3. And they released it on PS3 on September 6, 2007. Don't remind me, Sword. So this is literally just a Pachinko machine that there are 3 different stories for Yukimura, Hanzo, and Keiji. They exist. That's literally all I can say. Yeah. Only buy this for the collection. There's no point in playing it unless you are really into slots and Samurai Warriors. Next up, we have Samurai Warriors Katana. This is a Wii-only game. It's based on Samurai Warriors 2, but you play as your own, like, self-insert, but you never see yourself. And it's a on-rails shooter hack-and-slash game. It's actually really fun. I would probably say it's not the greatest game in the world, but it's a surprisingly good on-rails shooter. I had a lot of fun playing it, and I still have a long ways to go through the story before I actually finish it. Whenever I do finish it, I will maybe do a review of it, maybe someday, I don't know. But this was a surprise with how good it is. I'm putting it in C tier because I feel like it could have added more, allowed you to free roam a little bit, maybe play as the characters. I don't know if any of that comes in later on in the game, but it was a surprisingly good game. And yeah, C tier for that. The next one, Dynasty Warriors DS, Fighter's Destiny. This is the worst Dynasty Warriors game ever. Like, sure, you have Dynasty Warriors on PSP that just, like, it sucks. You have Samurai Warriors Pachinko, which is just Pachinko with Samurai Warriors, and it should not exist. Especially not on PS3. But this? I have to finish this game so that I can do a full review on it. But my god, I have not got past the second stage. And I only just beat the second stage recently, like within the last year, because I was like, oh, I should actually finish this game so I can do a review of it because it's my most hated Warriors game ever. But I can't bring myself to play more of it because it sucks that much. F tier. Without a doubt, F tier. Do I have to? Dynasty Warriors 6 was released November 11th, 2017. Or 2007. God, I still haven't hit my adulthood yet in these releases. Dynasty Warriors 6 is another one of my most hated games. I despise the combat in this game. I love almost everything else. The stage design, the character design, the music, the story. But the fact that it like, just destroyed the combat system that was most well known for Dynasty Warriors. The Renbu system is ungodly. And to make most of the characters clones of each other and generic officers and give them no story, this goes into a disrespectful E. And then we have Warriors Orochi for PSP. This is slightly different from the PS2 version. Gonna try to push myself through Dynasty Warriors 6 a bit, but Dynasty Warriors 4 keeps beckoning me. Sadly, my only option for Dynasty Warriors 6 is the PS2 version. Well, technically, the PS2 version is better. And we'll get to that. But Dynasty, or Warriors Orochi on PSP, this actually is really cool because this was, the port was developed in Canada by Koei Tecmo Canada. One of the few games that came out from that portion of Koei Tecmo before it shut down. This actually is Warriors Orochi 1, but portable. They didn't do what they did with Dynasty Warriors 1 or Volume 2 or Samurai Warriors State of War. They didn't make it this grid-based combat. It was an actual Warriors experience on the go from the console version. This is what I wanted for so long. And they actually added in some Strike Force costumes for this game. Or no, they added in Dynasty Warriors 6 costumes, I think. I can't remember. Was there Strike Force costumes in the PSP version? Now I'm, like, confused. Anyways, there was extra stuff in the PSP version. The cutscenes were just, like, still frames, so, like, they weren't the pre-rendered cutscenes that were, like, just compressed down to fit on the PSP. But this was a really good experience for a PSP game. It was still Warriors Orochi 1, which didn't have a whole lot of replayability, so I'm going to put it at C tier. And then we have Gundam Musou Special, which is just Dynasty Warriors Gundam 1 on PS2, except the added content that the PS2 version gets is Musha Gundam gets a full-on story mode, and so does Musha Mark II. Yeah, many people in the West think that Musha Gundam Mark II debuted in Dynasty Warriors Gundam 2. No, he debuted in Dynasty Warriors Gundam Special, which was only released in Japan, and only on PS2. For some reason, the 360 and PS3 versions didn't get this added content as DLC, and I would have paid money for this. But because of that, because it's in Japanese only, it's only on the PS2, so it's only in 4x3 at 480i. It gets a respectful D. I like that it exists, but the only reason why I would play it is specifically for Musha and Musha Mark II. But if we got the DLC, or if we got this in the West, maybe I would have played it a little bit more. Oh yeah, and this released on February 28th, 2008. Next up is Warriors Orochi 2, which released March 4th, 2008. This released as an expansion for the first game in Japan, and over here in the West, we got it as a sequel. DLC wasn't a big practice in the early 7th gen. Well, the thing is, Dynasty Warriors, or Dynasty Warriors Gundam Special came out after Samurai Warriors 2 Extreme Legends, which was DLC for Samurai Warriors 2 on 360. So that's why, like, if they made this DLC, why didn't they make this DLC? That doesn't make sense to me. But yeah, Warriors Orochi 2. This was the one that I played the most of from the classics. I probably played this more than Dynasty Warriors 4, Dynasty Warriors 5, Samurai Warriors 2, and I played this a lot on 360 because it was in HD, it had camera control, it had Dynasty Warriors 4 and Samurai Warriors 1 costumes. It was the best experience, and back in, I think it was 2020, when I reviewed all of Orochi, I actually finished getting all of the achievements and unlocked Orochi X. And that was an incredible experience that I can't say is like any worsened by the fact that this just doesn't have any of the content from Warriors Orochi 1. So this gets an A rank to me. This was such a good experience. And then we got Dynasty Warriors 6, or 6 Special, as some people call it. It only appears as Dynasty Warriors 6, but it's on PS2 and has more content than Xbox 360 and PS3. It also gets a disrespectful E because similar to Dynasty Warriors Gundam Special not being DLC for the PS3 and Xbox 360 versions, Dynasty Warriors 6 Special was not DLC for Dynasty Warriors 6 on Xbox 360 and PS3, meaning that the PS2 people, the people that didn't upgrade to the next generation consoles, got more content than the people that put more money out there. Fuck me, I guess. Also, this didn't release in Europe, apparently, which was really weird. Oh, thanks, Tempanon. Appreciate that. Also, Dynasty Warriors 6 Special released October 2nd, 2008. Next up is Warriors Orochi 2 on PSP, which released November 27th, 2008. This was another laughs in Steam Deck with widescreen patches. I mean, I could play it with widescreen patches as well, thanks to PCSX2. But I much prefer playing on the original hardware. I do have my PS2 unplugged because I just play through emulation. And usually I prefer to play and record in its original aspect ratio because sometimes when you have the widescreen patch, the 2D elements stretch out as well, which doesn't look good, in my opinion. But this Warriors Orochi 2 on PSP was another PSP game that was ported by Koei Tecmo Canada. They did an incredible job. This one actually has full motion cutscenes. It has all of the content from the PS2 and 360 version, plus Sanzan and Benki, and it has a 4th costume with Dynasty Warriors 6 outfits and the Samurai Warriors 1 alternate outfits. This was the definitive way in the West to play Warriors Orochi 2, with the exception of the graphics. God, this game does not look good if you blow it up on a big screen. But it's still Warriors Orochi 2, and it's on the go. It gets an A rank. Dynasty Warriors Gundam 2! Oh yeah, I did mention the release date for Warriors Orochi 2 on PSP. Dynasty Warriors Gundam 2, released December 18th, 2008. God damn. They literally released 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games in 1 year. No wonder I'm broke, guys. Look at... I don't know if you can see it. Maybe I have to... Look at all of this. This goes from... You can't... Like, this shelf is the first shelf, and it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 rows of 3 shelves. And it is filled to the brim with Warriors stuff. Anyways, Dynasty Warriors Gundam 2 was an upgrade in every single way from Dynasty Warriors Gundam 1. It was still hard as balls, so it added a lot of difficulty for what was expected from Dynasty Warriors 5. 6 also was a little bit more on the harder side compared to 5, but Dynasty Warriors Gundam 2, I felt, especially as you get later in the game, it does not get any easier. And like, it is just so much better. They expanded the combo system from Dynasty Warriors Gundam 1. They made it a little bit better. They made the story better. As far as the, you know, the anime story, the original story isn't quite that good, but so much more replayability. So Dynasty Warriors Gundam 2 is definitely going in B rank above Dynasty Warriors Gundam 1. Also, hello Della and hello Profar. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Okay, next up, we've got Dynasty Warriors Strike Force on PSP, which was released February 26, 2009. This... I wanted to love this game so much, because everything that it was doing, I really enjoyed, but I couldn't get behind playing it because playing it solo is a slog. This is meant to be played with friends, and I didn't have any friends with a PSP and Dynasty Warriors Strike Force at the time. It exists. I would play it over Dynasty Warriors 6 for sure, but yeah, it just wasn't what I wanted. So it goes for a respectful D. Then we have Samurai Warriors 3, which was released March 12th, 2009. This, I didn't play for the longest period of time. Because I didn't have a Wii for the longest period of time. Profar, I'll admit, Dynasty Warriors 5 Special is better than Dynasty Warriors 5 or Dynasty Warriors 4 Hyper. But base games, I did prefer Dynasty Warriors 4 to Dynasty Warriors 5. They are in the same tier, so it's not as far off as 4 Hyper to 5 Special. I know we had that not necessarily debate, but conversation. Oh yeah, 3 is slow. It feels like it doesn't run well on Wii, but technically it does run serviceably. The story is actually pretty good. The new characters I really like. I love all of the character designs from the returning characters as well. The stage design is also really well. This is similar to Dynasty Warriors 6, where the combat just doesn't feel right. There's not a whole lot of replayability. There's not unlockable weapons and stuff throughout the game. So progression is based on your level more so than finding equipment. But that being said, I would prefer to play this over Dynasty Warriors 6 any day. I would actually go back and play Samurai Warriors 3 from time to time on the Wii. So I will put this at a C. Almost a respectful D, but I would put it above all of these, personally. Yeah, I thought Basara 3 would run not just as bad as Samurai Warriors 3, but, you know, I expected it to have some performance issues, but when I played a couple of stages of it on the Wii, it was fun. And in fact, it ran like it was developed specifically for the Wii. But now we have the big guns. Musou Orochi Z was released March 12th, 2009, alongside Samurai Warriors 3 in Japan. This is the quintessential classic Warriors game. It sucks that it was never released in English. This is probably my preferred method of playing the classic Warriors kind of content, with the exception of playing 4 Hyper for the nostalgia factor. But Musou Orochi Z has so much content. It is Warriors Orochi 1 and 2 with all of the content from PSP as well in one package. And you get all of the benefits from Warriors Orochi 2 when you play the Warriors Orochi 1 content. So all of the proficiency increased stuff, the costumes actually changing in the cutscenes. That was a big one for me because consistency. But this is such a good experience, and I really want to go back and play more of it because I've been meaning to unlock all of the Dynasty Warriors 6 outfits, all of the Samurai Warriors 1 alternate outfits. This gets an S rank. Without a shadow of a doubt, I would love to buy this on PC. I would absolutely love to own a physical copy on PC. Not only because it is an expensive item to add to the collection, but also because on PC it does run at 1080 resolution, while on PS3 it only runs at 720. But yeah, S rank all the way. Now we have Dynasty Warriors 6 Empires. I hate Dynasty Warriors 6. I actually quite enjoy 6 Empires. I think that this is a good Empires game. It takes everything that Dynasty Warriors 6 did and almost makes it worthwhile. It almost makes it, you know, serviceable enough without, like, taking away everything that Dynasty Warriors 6 did. Oh, it looks like I missed another donation. Thank you, Gold Lotus. I think that's what I just heard. I thought I heard some speaking. But the music is a little louder than the notification. So thank you, Gold Lotus, for the donation. I appreciate it. Also, anybody who does make a donation, not only do you get a little pop-up in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, your name will also appear on the next full-length video. So it's either going to be the Warriors moveset changes video, or once I finish Xenoblade Chronicles X, the unplugging consoles video. But thank you, Gold Lotus. Dynasty Warriors 6 Empires, yeah, I still go back and play this game. It actually has all of the movesets from the PS2 version in HD on 360 and PS3. So, yeah, I would definitely put this... I would probably play this over any of the items or any of the games in Respectful D. So we're going to put it at a C, because I would go back to play this probably as often as I go back and play this, like literally any of these games. Oh yeah, I am ranking every single game. Like, we still have so much to go through. Because fuck my life. I want to make things difficult for me. I do like the art style in Dynasty Warriors 6 in general. I love the design. And that's why I actually do enjoy going back to play Dynasty Warriors 6 Empires, but I don't like going back to play Dynasty Warriors 6. But now we move on to Strike Force on console, home console. Now we have the 360 and PS3 version, which released October 1st in 2009. This was the version of Strike Force that I really wanted to play. Am I gonna rate Dynasty Warriors M early? No. I have a personal opinion that I should not be rating a game until I've at least finished it or played enough of it. That's just me. I think that there are certain games out there that you can rate before you finish the story. But like the personal thing is, like, I should at least finish the story for the most part. M, I don't think is going to have a whole lot of story that I'm going to be able to finish in a timely manner. So I might do a video on M and Overlords eventually. Is Samurai Warriors 4 on there yet? It's too small to see it on mobile. I haven't got to Samurai Warriors 4 yet. We're going in chronological order of release, and we're just hitting Strike Force on console. But, Strike Force on console was at least better than regular Strike Force. It gave you some NPC, computer-controlled characters so that when you went into stages, you could go in with 4 characters instead of just by yourself. It was in HD, it was upscaled, it was essentially based off of the Dynasty Warriors 6 engine, so it looked way better than the PSP version. I still haven't played enough of it to really say that it's a good game, but it at least exists. I would go back to it and play it, so I'm going to put it at a C, above Strike Force on PSP. Strike Force 2, or Multi-Raid 2, was only released in Japan. This is the PSP version that released March 11th, 2010. Oh, God. This one, for me, I really want to enjoy it. It has so much added content. Content that is exclusive to this game. There are characters and weapons that are exclusive to this game. And they are fun. But this is on PSP. It looks like garbage. It runs okay. I would put it at a respectful D. It exists. I don't go back to it. I don't play it on PSP often enough. But I will go back and play some of the newer characters every now and then. You know what? I'm going to put this at a C. Just for the sake that, you know, I do go back to play it. I played this more than any of these. I go back to it often enough that I would rank it at a C. Now, Fist of the North Star, Ken's Rage. This is a game I have just started a brand new playthrough every Sunday on the channel for the live streams at 7 p.m. Atlantic Standard Time. Put notifications in your phone, in your calendar, in your clock, whatever. This was such a good game. I loved every moment of this. I 100%ed this game, like, when it launched, and then never went back to it. Which was unfortunate because, like, this is a good game. I 100%ed it before all of the DLC came out. I got all of the costumes, but by the time the characters were released, I had finished it all. And I didn't really have a want to go back and play more of it. But it's still a great game. It's probably one of the better first releases in a series. So I'm going to put this at a B tier because I love this game. Dynasty Warriors Gundam 3. Sorry, I have a lozenge in my mouth, and it's just breaking down, and a piece is stuck to my tooth. Oh, hey, Lighty! Thank you for the birthday wishes. Thanks for coming out. Oh my goodness. Alright, Dynasty Warriors Gundam 3. This released December 16th, 2010. This is, to me, not necessarily a downgrade to Dynasty Warriors Gundam 2, but it took a lot away. It took away the anime stories. I mean, the anime stories were in there, but they were like their own one-off stages that only a couple of them had cutscenes for. It was cel-shaded, which looked great. It stood out from all of the Warriors games at the time. And I did still enjoy the combat, but it wasn't like this large battlefield like Dynasty Warriors Gundam 1 or 2 or any of the Warriors games previous to it. It was bases with small corridors that attached them. So, like, the combat was great, but the stage design wasn't great. And, like, the overall original story left a lot to be desired. But I would still go back to this just as much as Dynasty Warriors Gundam 2. So I'm going to put this at a B tier. I still really enjoyed this. Probably a little less than Dynasty Warriors Gundam 2. But definitely more than all of these down here. And now we have... Wait. Did I not... I missed putting Samurai Warriors 3 Extreme Legends on here. Just for the sake of this live stream, Samurai Warriors 3 Extreme Legends, I actually haven't played, so it would be put in here. But I have played Sengoku Musou 3 Z, or Z. This is the better version of Samurai Warriors 3. It has all of the content from 3 Extreme Legends. It is in HD. It runs like butter. It has the best graphics, in my opinion, of a PS3 game from this series. I think that this looks the best. It has the best lighting. It has the best color. It has the best textures, the shadows. I love how this game looks compared to even some of the games that come out after the fact. This is only held back by the fact that it is Japanese only. It still has some of the flaws of Samurai Warriors 3. It also takes out the Murasame Castle because that is a Nintendo thing and this is on PS3. But it looks so much better. It runs so much better. This is the game that I actually actively go back to play. So this, I'm going to put this at an A rank because I still love everything except for maybe like the way you unlock weapons and the fact that it's in Japanese. So like very small things for me not to enjoy this game. So yeah, it gets at least an A rank. It's a lower A rank, I would probably say, compared to all of these, but it's still one of the better releases. Now, you remember how I said that Dynasty Warriors Volume 2 was one of the most unique portable Warriors experiences? Well, now we have Samurai Warriors Chronicles, which was released for the 3DS on, let me get that date, February 26th, 2011. I can't remember if this was a launch title for the 3DS. It might have been in the West, but not in Japan. I can't quite remember. But this was such a good experience. I loved the way that they made the story where it's following you and your custom character throughout the Sengoku period. I loved this game. It was not a good experience on 3DS. I think that if they had released a 3DS version, promoted that one as like the go-to one, and then maybe later released an HD version for PS3 or Wii U or something, then it wouldn't have been quite as bad. But like, this would at least get a C rank. I did quite enjoy it. It was just Samurai Warriors 3, which at the time, this was my first experience with Samurai Warriors 3, because I had a 3DS, I did not have a Wii, I did not have a PS3, but I had a 3DS, so I played this. Chronicles 1 and 3 came to the West, 3 digitally, but second one never came, it seems. My knowledge, at least. Yeah, it didn't. Chronicles 3 is so good. I actually... where is it? I actually ended up getting a physical copy of Samurai Warriors Chronicles 3. Japanese copy. This is actually sealed. Still sealed. Apparently it comes with DLC. But this was, I bought this on Play Asia because I also ordered other games that I don't want to mention because they will be spoilers for the Warriors Clones video. They're Japanese exclusive, if that's a hint that anybody wants. But I did buy a couple of games on Play Asia just for this video. And I bought a couple of Warriors games while I was at it. So that was one of them. And I did play through it on Vita back in the day. But we're not at Samurai Warriors Chronicles 3. We are on Dynasty Warriors 7, which was released March 11th, 2011. And I played so much of this on 360. This is the upgrade we needed from the Warriors franchise. This was such a breath of fresh air after Dynasty Warriors 6. It went back to the usual Warriors combat while still evolving it into the future. It just felt so good. It still had clones. It was still not quite what we should have got from the Warriors franchise, but it was what we needed at that time. The story is probably one of the best in the franchise. The way that the cutscenes and events flow directly into combat was so great, and I'm so disappointed that it's only Dynasty Warriors 7 and 8 that do this, because everything afterwards should have done that. That is a great way to tell your story and narrative. But I understand as well that, you know, some games aren't going to force you to play the specific characters that they want you to play in the cutscene, but like some games do that, and they could have flowed in to the actual gameplay that way. But Dynasty Warriors 7 is such a great game, and that's why it gets an A rank. It still misses a lot. It has clones. The replayability isn't quite there, especially after you finish Conquest mode. It's really just maxing out your generals. There's no secret weapons per se. Like, the secret weapons are just done through a stage that you can complete on easy, which to me is not a secret weapon. But everything else is just so good, and it carries over some of the stages from Dynasty Warriors 6. Yes, it reuses assets, but the stage design of Dynasty Warriors 6 is just so good that I don't care. I love the fact that I get to experience those in a better combat system. Then we have Warriors Legends of Troy, which is the only mainline Warriors game that was developed by somebody other than Omega Force. This was developed by Koei Tecmo Canada, and I think it's the last Warriors game that had Koei Tecmo Canada their hand in on things before they shut down. It's very disappointing. It doesn't feel like a Warriors game necessarily. It doesn't feel like it was developed by Koei Tecmo. It feels like it was developed by a completely different company, but published by Koei Tecmo. It is Warriors in name alone and like basic combat mechanics. It's still a decent experience, but it's not like something that you are missing out on. I do like the fact that it has a more robust combat system than just normal and charge attack. It has normal, charge attack, and then a guard breaking attack. So you can press square, and then you can either press triangle or X to do your ending combo move. Maybe it's because Omega Force were making Tokiden at the time. I don't think they were making Tokiden at the time of this. I think Tokiden came out after Warriors Orochi 3. But I mean, they were still developing games. Like, they could have probably given this project some involvement from Omega Force, even if it's just like secondary involvement. But yeah, Warriors Legends of Troy is still a decent experience. I go back to it from time to time, so I'll put it in C. I would like to see Omega Force actually take on Warriors of Legends, or Legends of Troy. I would like to see an Egyptian one. I think that would be really cool. I saw someone mention an African war, which would also be really fucking cool. I think one based on Bladestorm would also be great. You could even just call it Bladestorm Warriors, to keep the branding from the Bladestorm name, but also the Muso name. And you could use the character design from Bladestorm, but just update the designs and costumes. But now we have Dynasty Warriors 7 Special. This is on PSP. This is just Dynasty Warriors 7 on PSP, which is great. It is, it does miss a couple of little things. You still have some of the DLC, but not all of the DLC. It's good. It just doesn't run the greatest. It doesn't have all of the cutscenes. It doesn't have the flowing cutscenes and that sort of stuff. But it's a surprisingly good PSP game. I would probably put it at B, because it was only released in Japan. It doesn't run as good as you would want from a Dynasty Warriors 7, but it is still Dynasty Warriors 7 on the go. Sengoku Musou 3 Empires. This is probably the most disappointing game that we didn't get in the West. This is the only Empires game that we also didn't get in the West. And it looks like it is the most involved, too. And that is the most disappointing about this game, because I would have loved to have tried to understand this game. It looks great if I could understand it. It seems like it has a city management kind of aspect to it, where you have to manage your grain, but you also like say, I want this part of my land to be farming specifically for grain. I want this part to, I'll build a training area in this area to train my officers. Like, it seems like the perfect Empires experience if you can understand it. And because you can't understand it, it's very difficult to play unless you know Japanese. So it goes in a respectful D. if this were in English and we could understand it and enjoy every aspect of it, it would probably be an A, if not an S. Like, that's how good this game seems to be. But I don't want to put it in here just because it seems to be a good game. Google Translate works really well with it now. Definitely give it another try. The translation came out great. That's good, because Google Translate has not been the greatest, but serviceable enough to play through some of the games. Alright, Dynasty Warriors next. This was released December 17th, 2011 for Vita. It was the only Vita exclusive Dynasty Warriors game, and this was essentially Dynasty Warriors 7 Empires Light. There was some DLC that came out for Dynasty Warriors 7, along with some new weapons, costumes, etc. And some of that DLC was available in Next for free. Meaning, like, specifically the weapons and that sort of stuff, that was available. I think some of the characters that were in Extreme Legends were also in Next, which was really cool because apparently it came out almost a year later. So Next is surprisingly good. I would definitely recommend playing Next if you can get your hands on a Vita. I don't think it's as good as Dynasty Warriors 7, though. It's still a great experience. You get to customize your own characters as well, so definitely give it a check out if you can. Next up, Warriors Orochi 3, released December 22nd, 2011. This was such a great experience because, yes, I played Samurai Warriors Chronicles on the 3DS, and I did not own a Wii, I did not own a PS3, so I didn't get to play Samurai Warriors 3 in any way other than through the 3DS. I didn't finish Samurai Warriors Chronicles by the time Warriors Orochi 3 came out. I had maybe made it like 5 to 6 stages in and like replayed a couple of stages. Oh, excuse me. But I didn't make it that far. So I didn't play a lot as the Samurai Warriors 3 characters. But this, oh my god, this was so good at the time. Like, it had all of the characters from Dynasty Warriors 7, all of the characters from Samurai Warriors 3, all of the characters from Warriors Orochi 2, and more characters, guest characters. It had Achilles from Warriors Legends of Troy. This was such a cool release. It didn't run the greatest on PS3 or 360. It kind of struggled from a replayability standpoint, but it was still a great experience overall. I loved my time with this. This is getting an A rank. Warriors Orochi 3 scares me because it will destroy my life if I play it too much. Excuse me. I've been talking too much, so my throat is getting very hoarse, and we need to still make our way through the rest of these. We're maybe at the halfway point. And we've been streaming for 2.5 hours. I don't want to be streaming for 5 hours today. This is my birthday stream, and it is a special stream, but I don't want to be up this late because I do have to work tomorrow morning. But we have Samurai Warriors 3 Z Special on the PSP. It's essentially Samurai Warriors 3 Z, but on PSP. So it runs a little bit worse because it's on lower hardware. It does look a little bit worse because it's on lower hardware. But this has DLC where this does not. The PSP has DLC costumes from Samurai Warriors 2 and 1, but Samurai Warriors 3 does not. Explain that. I don't understand. But this is actually a really good experience on PSP. Still, it doesn't run the greatest. But on the go, it's still Samurai Warriors 3Z on the go with a little bit of extra content. It's going in the B rank. Next up, One Piece Pirate Warriors 1, which was released March 1st, 2012. This was a really special release for me because it was either I think it was a birthday gift, but it could have been a Christmas gift from Chelsea to me. Because this wasn't released physical in North America. So Canada and the US didn't get a physical release. Europe did in English, and Chelsea was able to get me a physical copy back in that day, and I was able to play it, and I loved it. It was really good. It kind of fell short because the main story mostly focuses on Luffy, so it is less of a Warriors experience, but it still has Warriors style sections to it, which is great. I think that this is a really good story, and if you want to experience One Piece's story, this is a good way to do it. The more Muso-like modes are held back because its stage design is similar to Dynasty Warriors Gundam 3, where it is small bases with corridors connecting them. It's not a giant battlefield, but I still think it is a good experience, and because of that, it's going in the B tier. Well, the thing is, we did get One Piece Pirate Warriors digitally in North America, and same with Pirate Warriors 2. We did get it digitally in North America. The only thing is, it's now taken down off of the PlayStation Network. So, though we had it before, now, if you want to play Pirate Warriors 1 and 2, you have to import from Europe. But now we move on to a really weird game, Dynasty Warriors Versus. This is a 3DS exclusive game. I've had it in the collection for the longest time. I can't remember how I obtained it. I think I've just found a eBay listing back in the day, and it was just I don't own a Japanese 3DS. 3DSs are region locked, so you have to play it. Oh, it's not going to move for me. I'll put that away later. You have to play it on a Japanese console. So it took me a while to play it. I had to play it through emulation. It didn't run the greatest, but I was able to play through a couple of stages. It is a weird experience. It's hard to explain. It doesn't play like a normal Warriors game. It's almost like a Warriors MOBA, but on 3DS and with a small stage to kind of play through. I think that this would be a great experience on the Switch if you were to do it again, or on PC for like make a big MOBA for Dynasty Warriors. But yeah, this is just a respectful D. It exists. I actually had a little bit of fun with it. You get to create your own character, which is unique. But yeah, it is strange, as you say, Koyota, but it's not offensive. And now we have Muso Orochi 2 Special on PSP. This is the PSP release of Warriors Orochi 3. It was, it had a couple of extra characters. I forget who was added, but it was like 2 or 3 new characters. I think Momoji was actually added in this one, and not in Hyper on Wii U. But it added a little bit of extra content, but it was still Japanese exclusive. It was only on the PSP. It didn't really run the greatest on PSP, but it was still Warriors Orochi 3 on the PSP, so I'm going to give it a B tier. Now we have Shin Sangoku Musou Multi-Raid 2 HD. This, I bought this. It's up there. I'm not gonna grab it, but I bought this the longest time ago. Oh, Rachel was added. Okay, Momoji must have been added in Hyper, and Rachel was added in Special. And I think one of the Mystics was added as well. But this, I thought this was going to be the same thing as the PS3 and Xbox 360 releases of Strike Force. It's not. You know what this on PS3 is? This is just the same thing as the PSP game. It is just the PSP game released on PS3. So you do not get the like any increase in graphics. It is literally the exact same game, and I don't know why it says HD. Maybe because it outputs at 720p, but it also like squishes the game down. I don't know if anybody here has experienced playing the PSP through the PSP component cables directly to the TV, but it's the same thing. It squishes the game down, so it's like a smaller screen, and there's like large black bars around the gameplay. It is not good. I think this is the worst thing you could do with a PSP release when the game before it was built off of that console's version of the base game that it was based on. Oh my god, this is... I do need to make a video on this at some point in time. But Multi-Raid 2 is going to get a disrespectful E. I thought this was the most disrespectful release that they could have done for this. Now we get Samurai Warriors Chronicles 2nd. Not 2, 2nd. And I don't know why they didn't call the third one 3rd. They called it 3. Anyways, this was only released on 3DS as well. It did introduce Takatora Toro. I think that's his name. And one other character. Oh, now Tora E. This was her first game as well. And it was on the 3DS. It was actually better than Samurai Warriors Chronicles. Like, it had a lot more story, it had a lot more stages, it had unique stages that I think are only available through Samurai Warriors Chronicles 2nd. And, like, it's still based on Samurai Warriors 3's design, so it's really interesting to see Takatora Toro and Naotora E with all of the other characters being in their Samurai Warriors 3 design. But, yeah, I actually really enjoyed this, even though it's in Japanese only, which is the only thing that kind of holds it back from me putting it above Samurai Warriors Chronicles. So I'm going to put it in C. Now we have this. I forget what this is called. Let me quickly look this up to see if I can find. Muso Orochi. Oh, God. No, I can't seem to find the full name of it, but it's Muso Orochi Pachi Slot 100 something or other. This is another pachinko machine based on Orochi, It looks like it has a little bit more depth to the story, but again, it's Japanese exclusive. This one was never released on PS3, so it's not this weird release like the Samurai Warriors Pachinko machine was. So I would probably rate it at a respectful E, but I'm still gonna rate it at an F because it's like, why? Next video, rank all the titles of the Warriors games from most straightforward to more ridiculous and confusing. There's not a whole lot of confusing titles in the Warriors franchise, so that's at least serviceable. Just stopping by to say good evening. Would you like to play as Chen Gong for the next short? Hell yeah! I still need to do the rest of your voiceover for the other video that I've been meaning to do. But now that I have the Fate Samurai Remnant review done, hopefully I'll have time to do some more work for that coming up. But hell yeah! I can do a Chen Gong, hopefully. I imagine it would be something along the lines of what I was doing with Zhang He, just a little less flamboyant. What? The way that I would put it is Zhang He is gay flamboyant, Chen Gong is bi flamboyant. Hopefully that makes sense to some people. But hell yeah. I'm down for doing some more voice acting. Thanks for coming out, Heroes of Chaos. Everybody, go check out Heroes of Chaos. Same with Profar and Lighty. There are other content creators that came out to this live stream. Check out everybody. Now it's time to move on to Dynasty Warriors 7 Extreme Legends. This was actually my first PS3 game. When I bought my PS3, I bought this and Trinity Souls of Zil-Ul. And I played the shit out of this game. I didn't have 7 vanilla on PS3 for the longest time, so I played only this. And it adds enough content to the base game to give you enough to play only the Extreme Legends. This is probably the best Extreme Legends out there. It gives you so much to do. And, like, I played a lot of this. So, I'm going to give this an A rank. Because, by itself, it's almost just as good, if not a little bit better, than the base game for 7. Oh, thanks, Heroes of Chaos. I appreciate the patience. I really do, because, like, I know it's been a while. I started that right before I got COVID, and now I'm just getting back around to it, so I appreciate it. And then I had 2 weeks off of vacation, so it's been hell for me to get that to you, and I feel bad, but I appreciate it. Still haven't done all the Extreme Legends content in 7 to this day. Oh my god, Terry, you gotta get in on it. It's so good. Speaking of so good, we have Dynasty Warriors 7 Empires, the best Empires ever. This is the GOAT of Empires titles. It is so involved, and I love it. It has everything I could ever want from a Empires game. I have only done like 3 playthroughs of it. I want to play much more of it, but it's on PS3, so it's held back by the PS3's performance issues. It's only outputting at a 720p resolution. Oh my god, we need this on PC, because like the graphics of Dynasty Warriors 7 Extreme Legends Definitive Edition is just so good, and it runs so well, and I really want Dynasty Warriors 7 Empires on PSP because of that. This is getting an A rank. This is so good, and the only thing holding this back is it's digital only in North America. There's still DLC for it that I still need to buy and pay for, and if there was a Dynasty Warriors 7 Empires Definitive Edition that released on PC, that would probably be put into the S rank. I know Lady says 8 Empires is the best one. I feel like it just, like, it's very minute between the differences in the two. I feel like there's enough in 8 Empires that brings it below 7 Empires, for me anyways. I think that, like, 8 Empires definitely has the better combat system because you have more variety in the weapons. You have a lot more that you can customize your characters through. So, like, it's the best in that aspect, but from, like, just playing it with the Warriors and Empires experience, I think 7 Empires is the better overall game. And now we move on to Warriors Orochi 3 Hyper on the Wii U. This is the console that I am getting very close to unplugging, because once I beat Xenoblade Chronicles X, it will be unplugged unless, like, I'll plug it back in when I go to actually play Wii U games and Wii games when I want to record gameplay footage if it doesn't work through emulation. Yeah, 8 Empires also has free mode, which is really nice. That is one drawback of 7 Empires that does hold it back as well from being an S rank on PS3. Like, there are pieces missing from this that would hold it back from an S rank. There are pieces missing from 8 Empires that, to me, would hold it back from being an S rank, and would probably mark it slightly below an A for me. But Warriors Orochi 3 Hyper, for the longest time, was actually my preferred method of playing Orochi. And the Wii U is not the greatest console for it. I remember there being some slight performance issues. It did perform better on Wii U than 360 and PS3, but it still had some drawbacks. What I really liked was, at the time playing it on Wii U, I had a friend who would come over, and I would be playing on the big TV with the Pro controller, and he would be playing, lying on my bed in my bedroom, and we would just have a lot of fun with this. Plus, the fact that, you know, I bought so much of the DLC on the Wii U and the 360, and I played so much of this. It's such a good version of Orochi 3, but it's not that much better than the base game. It doesn't add enough to really make it warrant an S, so it's going into the A rank, though I would say that this is a better version of this. It also outputs at a better resolution, a little bit of a better frame rate, but it's just not perfect. Oh, thanks, NN. I am having a good day. I did work today, so I didn't have the day off. And I work tomorrow morning, so I'm trying to work my way through the rest of these in a timely manner. But I am having a really good day. I am having a really good day. Thank you for coming out, and thank you for the birthday wishes. Alright, next we have... I'm gonna zoom in on my pictures on the side here because goddamn. So this is Shin Son Goku Musou Online, so that they changed it from BB to Online, and then there's some sort of subtitle. This adds a little bit more to the story. This is essentially right before we got it on PS4, and like it just adds enough to the game that makes it like worthwhile again. So what we got with the first Dynasty Warriors Online was kind of mid. This made Dynasty Warriors Online actually worth playing, even if you were not a Japanese speaker. So this is after it was taken down from English servers, but this is also when a lot of the English speaking people started to move over to the Japanese servers and started to play online. So that's why this is going to get a C rank. It's going to go above online, but it still didn't catch me enough to kind of go back to. I played a little bit of the content when I went back to the PS4 version, but yeah, it just didn't grab me at the time. Fist of the North Star Ken's Rage 2. This is such a good game. The story is so good. It makes me want to watch the anime, read the manga. It makes me want to get deep into the Fist of the North Star franchise. And I am looking forward to playing it and reviewing it for next year's Musou. I rated Fist of the North Star Ken's Rage 1 as a B. This did have some drawbacks. It didn't have a physical release on PS3 in the West, only on 360. So by the time I bought this, I had already started switching over to the PS3. So I didn't play a whole lot of it until like the last few years, where I actually played through it, finished it on my own time, and absolutely loved every moment of it. I still have a lot of characters to unlock. There's still DLC I have to pay for and play, but this is, to me, better than this. Even though this has no English dub, it only has the one main story. It doesn't have character-specific stories. It was still a better overall experience to me, so this is going in the A rank. One of the best birthday years that I remember? God, I don't know. God. I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily say there's any birthday that was better than the last necessarily. It's just that I get to spend time with my friends. I get to do some special things with family and friends. This is the first time that I've actually made content around my birthday. So that's kind of a unique thing that I don't usually do, and I would like to do it more in the future. But that also depends on if my birthday lands on a weekend. Usually if it lands on a weekend, that's the day that we have friends over and hang out and stuff. It's not usually the day that I go and make content and work. Even though this isn't as much work as making a video. But I guess one of the cooler birthdays was my 16th birthday when Dynasty Warriors Volume 2 released as well. I got that on launch, so that was kind of cool. Next we have Shin Son Goku Musou Slash. I didn't get to play a whole lot of this game, but I played enough of it. It was a serviceable online Dynasty or a mobile Dynasty Warriors game. It wasn't disrespectful, so I would say this gets a respectful D. I think mobile Warriors games can get better. I did like the fact that it gave a lot of generic officers unique looks, and I think those unique looks should be brought into the actual Dynasty Warriors franchise. For giving them more unique looks. They can still be generic officers, but given those unique looks. You know what I mean? Kind of like what they did with some of the characters in Dynasty Warriors 9 and Samurai Warriors 5. I mean, they did that with Hideyoshi, Yoshimoto, Nagamasa, and Ieyasu in Samurai Warriors 1. And Samurai Warriors has been doing it longer than Dynasty Warriors has. I think 9 was the first one that had unique NPCs necessarily that weren't just like a slight change from the generic look. Oh no, that's Samurai Warriors Katana. That got a C rank because that's actually a fun game. It's a weird release, and like I feel like there are better on-rail shooters, but it was good. 7 had unique NPCs. Who was a unique NPC? Ma Teng? I thought Ma Teng only had a unique look in Empires, and he was just a create a character essentially. Anyways, we have up next Dynasty Warriors 8, which that released on PS3 and 360 February 28th, 2013. God damn it, I need another lozenge. I've been forgetting to mention all of the release dates. I didn't play this as much as Dynasty Warriors 7. I thought it looked too much like Dynasty Warriors 7. It played too much like Dynasty Warriors 7. I did enjoy all of the new added characters, though. I thought all of them were fun. They looked nice. I liked their personality that they were given. I did like how the story mode was now 2-player, and it gave you a selection of characters while still having the flowing cutscenes and the story of 7. But I don't know if I would put base Dynasty Warriors 8 above Dynasty Warriors 7. But I would still put 8 at an A rank, just slightly below 7. I thought I was a big Warriors fan. I don't even know half of these games. This is why I make good financial decisions. This is all Warriors. All of this. Do you know what this is like on my wallet? One Piece Pirate Warriors 2. This was such an upgrade from Dynasty or One Piece Pirate Warriors 1 that it cannot be understated how good this game is. It had its own original story, which wasn't the greatest. Pokemon Warriors game would be interesting. I don't know how it would work, though. Maybe the Pokemon Wars that Lieutenant Surge was in? That would be cool. Bro, I'm baffled at how many different types of games are... Dude, when I first created this list, I was like, holy fuck, there are a lot. You know what? I missed Samurai Warriors 3 Extreme Legends for the Wii. I missed a game. And, I missed a game. Oh yeah, Star Wars would be much better. Or, oh my god, Lord of the Rings. I keep forgetting I want a Lord of the Rings Musou game. That'd be so good, especially if it followed from The Hobbit all the way to the end of the Lord of the Rings. But One Piece Pirate Warriors 2, so good. It adds so much. It goes back to actual battlefields instead of bases interconnected by small pathways. It's just so good. This gets an A rank. I do own Dynasty Warriors 6 for PS2. It's in there. I have 2 copies of it. I have the North American release and the Japanese release. Fun fact. I wonder if I can get it without breaking... I got a model kit of Double Zeta up here. I'm gonna move him out of the way. But fun fact about Dynasty War... Oh, it's over here. Fun fact about Dynasty Warriors 6 Special on PS2. In Japanese, for some reason, this is a 2-disc game. Whoa. It's not held in there very well. But yeah, in Japanese, this is a 2-disc game. Where, like, Shu and Wei are on one disc for the stories, and Wu and Other are on another disc, along with free mode or something. I can't remember. It's such a stupid thing, because then they did it on one disc for North America. Is there an IP that you... Oh my god, don't get me started on what IPs I would want a Muso game for, because there are so many. Inuyasha. That time I got reincarnated as a slime. Atelier is... It's about time Atelier got a Warriors spin-off. I know, right? Lady? How is the North American version better than the Japanese release? We got the better version in North America of the shittiest mainline Warriors game. Anyways, the next up is Warriors Orochi 3 Ultimate. Now, this is a spectacular release. I remember when this released, and I got it on PS4. I have the Xbox logo here, but it is on both consoles. This was such a good game. I put so many hours into it. It has so much content, and as much as I dislike Gauntlet mode, it is a worthwhile extra mode. So, 100%. Warriors Orochi 3 Ultimate gets an S. Plus, in Warriors Orochi 3 Ultimate, we got Sturk, or Sturkenberg, who is from the Atelier Rorona series. So, like, an Atelier Warriors game makes sense. Samurai Warriors 2 HD. Now this... At first, I thought this was just the Xbox 360 version on PS3. And somebody told me that, and I can't remember who, but whoever they were, they are wrong. This is an actual... This is the only HD remaster that we have ever got from the Warriors franchise. It was only released in Japan, and I feel like it would have sold even better if it was in the West. But it was only ever released in Japan. James Gorey, who used to be a guild member, he sent me this along with Dynasty Warriors 3 in Japanese, and a shit ton of soundtracks as some fan mail, and it was so good. Like, James, if you're out there, I don't know if you're watching this, but thank you so much. All of the music that we're listening to right now are from the soundtracks that he sent in. I played this game, Samurai Warriors 2 HD, and did a brand new show thanks to this. It's because of this that I created the import report. And it's so good, with the exception of the slight frame drops that you get from time to time. The graphics look so much better. It's practically Samurai Warriors 2 running on the Samurai Warriors 3 engine. That's why because Samurai Warriors 2 gets an S, this absolutely gets an S. Oh, I love CDs. I still collect CDs, but I actually went through the CD collection not too long ago and had to pull out a bunch that just mean nothing. So I want to get rid of them, but I don't want to just like give them to like a thrift shop that's going to make money off of it. I kind of want to sell them, but I also don't want to sell them if there's friends that would get more use out of it, because obviously I would just give them away for free to my friends. Oh yeah, the Warriors Orochi 3 Ultimate has some performance issues on PS5 for some reason. I think All Stars also has some performance issues on PS5. That's why I play both on PC, actually, if I have the choice. Yeah, the PS3 can play CDs. One nice thing about the 360, it can not only play CDs, you can also download the music onto your Xbox 360 and play it instead of the background music for your games, which is incredible. I did a live stream, of Dynasty Warriors 5 Special, where, oh my god, we played with all of the soundtracks, again, that James sent in. I have to add more video game music, like the Shantae soundtracks. I've got them all except the Seven Sirens soundtrack on CD. I honestly don't know. There's probably a reason. They were probably like, well, this is being released with the Samurai Warriors 3 engine. People didn't like Samurai Warriors 3, so we're not releasing this. This one I don't understand, because they released Dynasty Warriors 5 Empires on 360, but did not release 5 Special. That didn't make sense. There's a lot that don't make sense. Oh man, I love Jake Kaufman's stuff. I haven't played Shovel Knight, but I love the soundtrack. I have a lot of that stuff on my instrumental playlist on Spotify, because when I'm working on videos, I want some music, but I don't want music with words, because if I'm working on a script, if I'm editing voiceover or video, sometimes that can really fuck with my edits, my scripting, and that sort of stuff. So having instrumental music is perfect. Did you know that only Shantae and the Seven Sirens is on Spotify? None of the Shantae games, none of the other Shantae games are on Spotify. That's why I made the Spotify series of YouTube Shorts and TikToks. Anyways, Dynasty Warriors 8 Extreme Legends. This was the PS3 version, so the standalone version. This adds Lubu's story, some side stories for all of the other factions. It's not the greatest standalone Extreme Legends, but it's not bad. I could still play this by itself, so I would put this in B. Dynasty Warriors Gundam Reborn is the best Gundam experience. It has so many mobile suits, so much replayability. I am still playing this to this day and loving it. I am actually working on a daily grind episode to talk about how I am working towards the Platinum Trophy. One of the trophies I need to pop for the Platinum is to get all of the cards, which in order to get all the cards, you need to get a certain amount of kills as each mobile suit and each pilot. So there's specific stages that I use to get kills depending on how many kills each mobile suit needs to get. But I love this. I continuously go back to this. I would kill for a PC release of this game, if not all of the Dynasty Warriors Gundam games. Bandai Namco, please put this out on PC. This gets an S rank. 100%. Love how 8 Extreme Legends has 3 versions, and that's before we get to the base game and Empires. Yep. And now we have 8 Extreme Legends Complete Edition on PS4. I don't think I need to explain this one. Without a doubt, this is the Warriors game that I continuously come back to, even after platinuming it and platinuming the Vita and PS3 versions. I have both platinums for this, and I just absolutely love this game. Playing it on the PS5 is even better because it looks so much better. It runs so much better. The PS4 does have its performance issues, but it's still a fun time overall. 1,010,000,000% S rank. Yes, put them all on PC. Put all of these games. Every single one of these. Put them on PC. Please. Because someone is going to play them. I will probably buy every single one. Let's be honest. I will buy them all. It is definitely... I would probably say this is... If it's not the top, it's in the top 3 for me. This is such a good Warriors game. Holy fuck. And now we move on to Shinsan Goku Musou Online Z. This is, I believe, the final iteration of Online. Like, it would get a couple of updates after this, but this was the last version before it went offline. And this was when I went back and started playing it again and actually really enjoyed playing it. Even though it's Japanese exclusive, this was such a great experience, and I loved playing this. I loved every moment of it, even though I didn't understand it, because it had all of the movesets from Dynasty Warriors 5 and all of the movesets from Dynasty Warriors 8. And we don't have that in any other game. And now this game is gone. And I loved playing this So this is going to go in an A rank. Even though I don't understand it, even though I could barely play online when I played it, when I, you know, just shut my brain off and had fun, I had so much fun with it. Now this game, I forget what it's called, but it is some sort of online mobile game, or maybe it's a browser game, I can't remember. This is the only game on this list that I have not played. Now this game, this is Sengoku Musou Derby. This is a horse racing Samurai Warriors game that was a web browser game. It was only available on a website for a specific period of time. It was actually kind of fun. For what it was a just kind of like a mini game kind of thing. It didn't have a whole lot of depth to it, but it was still relatively interesting enough that I would put it at a respectable D, a respectful D. Also, kind of random question, but want to know if I was to get One Piece Pirate Warriors game, not so crazy on OP, but curious about the Warriors games, which is the best one to get? Yeah, I would say 3 or 4. 4 is getting a lot of updates and is becoming better, but 3 is, personally, from my opinion, the better overall game. It has more to it, as far as robust combat, replayability. It doesn't necessarily have more characters, but the characters are more fun in that game, if that makes sense. But 4 is also a really good game. We'll get into where I rank them, but I would say both. God damn it. I'm out of water. I've still got a couple more games to go. Next we have, this is, Shinsogoku So Blast. This was, I said Slash was the one that got the, unique NPCs. This was Blast that got the unique NPCs. Slash was still a decent time, but Blast was even better. I would still put it at, I would still put it at a respectful D, but above Blast. This is probably one of the better games within this list. But again, this was only released in Japan, so I don't know what's going on. Might start with 3, see how it goes, and if I enjoy it enough, I would recommend that, for sure. That's probably the best way to go. Though, from one content creator to another, if you're going to make content around it, I would probably say do Pirate Warriors 4, because that's what people are going to be looking for, because that's what's getting DLC. So it's going to be higher in the search optimization stuff. You'll get more views. Pirate Warriors. This is probably one of the best spin-off titles, especially for its time. I am surprised how good this game holds up, even after the other releases. Hyrule Warriors on Wii U is definitely up there, with the DLC even being, like, added, and I love all the DLC that got added. I would probably put this at an A. On release, it would probably be B, but with the free updates that it got, and then with DLC, obviously this pushes it to the A. Still got to go back and prep for the next character pass. Dude, me too. I was going to do an expanded episode on each character pass, but I think what I'm going to do is wait until all of the characters are available and then do one expanded talking about all of the DLC for Pirate Warriors 4, because I also haven't talked about the DLC from the first pack. Do you need to have played the previous One Piece games to get any story? So 3, no. 4, kinda. So 4 kind of skips over a lot of the pre-time skip stuff. And then once you get to the time skip stuff, that is a little less abridged until you get to Whole Cake Island, which is the most recent arc, I think, at the time that was finished. And that is probably the biggest aspect of Pirate Warriors 4. And then you have Wano, which is, it was still airing, so it was an original arc. But Pirate Warriors 3 is more, it follows the main line of the anime a little bit more closely, and you get a better experience for the anime. Oh, Sword, you have to, if you can get your hands on a Switch, that is the best way to experience it. Hands down. Now we're on to Samurai Warriors 4. I had a lot of good time with Samurai Warriors 4, but I don't go back to it as often as I would want to. And anytime I do, I don't go back for like a long stay. It is not a game that I go back to for a long period of time. It's more for like, I just kind of want to play this, and I play a couple of stages, and it's like, well, I got what I needed out of this. But it's still a good experience overall. I just think it could be better. So this is going in A. Or B, sorry. Oh, shit. Yeah, if Pirate Warriors 4 is on sale for $10, fucking get it. Own a 2DS and there is a 3DS version, but everyone tells me not to get... Don't get it. The 3DS version runs like... Well, we'll get to it eventually, but it runs like garbage. Really, the 3DS is not good for Warriors games. I will say if you have a new 3DS, Hyrule Warriors Legends does run better on that and is a little bit more serviceable. But if you don't have a new 3DS with the performance boost, it's not really worth your time. Fucking do it, lady. Fucking do it. Fucking do it. 8 Empires. This, we kind of talked about this when we were at 7 Empires. It's not quite, to my opinion, it's not quite, it doesn't reach the highs that that 7 Empires does for me. But it has a lot of really good content. I would definitely not rank it lower than that. So 8 Empires gets an A rank. Lighty, if you stream Pirate Warriors 4, you gotta let me know so I can watch it. I want to see what your reaction is. Hopefully an A rank doesn't hurt you too much. I do think that it is a good game. One thing that I dislike is that on PS5, it doesn't get as much of a performance and visual boost as 8 Extreme Legends does, which is unfortunate because this, looking like this on PS5, would probably make me want to play it a little bit more. I still want to go back and play more of it, even though it doesn't look as good. And apparently it looks better on Xbox One X than it does on PS5. But now we've moved on to Samurai Warriors Chronicles 3, which is the only Chronicles game that I've actually finished. And I would love to see a Chronicles game get released on like a home console, because I played this on the PlayStation TV with the Vita version, and it was so much fun. Oh my god, it was so much fun. And so I have to give Samurai Warriors Chronicles 3 a B rank. It still experiences a lot of the performance issues about being on the Vita. It doesn't look the greatest, and when you play it on PlayStation TV, it doesn't look the greatest then either, but it is still a good overall game. And yeah, Pirate Warriors 3 does go on sale a lot on Switch. I would probably say not to buy it on Switch if you have a PS5. That is the perfect console to play it on, because it looks so much better. It sort of did, at least for me, when from base PS4 to PS5. It got smoother visuals. I mean, it probably has smoother visuals, but I don't think it has, this is oh yeah. Yeah, it probably has better visuals than the base PS4, but it doesn't have as good of visuals as as Extreme Legends does. But Lighty, if you are looking for Pirate Warriors 3, your best bet is probably to go looking for a used copy on PS4. Let me just take a look here. Thought I had a eBay tab open. One Piece, Pirate Warriors. This literally one of the first listings is $23 Canadian with $15 shipping. Price plus shipping lowest first. There's one that's $22 with $3 shipping. Now that's Canadian, so that's going to be it's going to be less for you. What is this song? That is a good question. It's In Full Bloom Trinity Mix from Warriors Orochi 3. I'm surprised that the track was actually listed in English. Yeah, hopefully you can find a good deal on it, Lighty, because that is a good game. Alright, Samurai Warriors 4 2. It didn't have as good of a story as Samurai Warriors 4. It didn't have the extra Chronicle mode that Samurai Warriors 4 had, which was like most of the replayability, but oh my god, the combat is more refined in this game. Hyper attacks are debuffed to fuck, and like the leveling system in this game is a little bit more involved, and I like it so much more. So, like, this is the game that I actually go back to more than Samurai Warriors 4 to play for the overall combat experience, because usually when I'm going back to play a Warriors game after I finished the story, It is just so that I can re-experience the combat. So this one, I will actually rank higher at an A rank. I do think that it would have been better having Chronicle mode, and it would have been better just being an expansion to Samurai Warriors 4. But I just prefer the combat system that much more in 4.2. But I wouldn't judge anybody for swapping the two. Having 4.2 be in B and 4 being in A, or what have you. What's this one from? I think this is from Fire Emblem Warriors? I'm gonna guess so. The title's in Japanese. Ooh. Alright. Dragon Quest Heroes. The Tree of... What is it? The Tree of Woe. The World Tree's Woe and the Blight Below. The subtitle that never ends. This... I was so fucking hyped for. This... I love Akira Toriyama. I love Dragon Ball, and Dragon Quest was something I didn't get into until 8, when the PS2 game released. And holy fuck, did I love that game. I loved the art style because it's Akira Toriyama, and then I never finished that game, but I was still so interested in the Dragon Quest series. No Basara? No, this is all Koei games. This is all Koei. This is all Koei. There is no non-Koei in this. But yeah, I loved this game. I thought it probably could have been a little bit better if it were actually a Warriors game. This is technically not a Musou game. But it is still so much fun, and a lot of the fan base considers it as part of the Musou series. There are things that it could have improved on, but I think this is so much fun. This is going to go in a B tier. Wish Dissidia had the game... Oh my god. Oh, when they said Koei Tecmo was helping to work on the next Dissidia, that's what I thought it was going to be. Oh, but we got NT instead, which is okay, but it's such a mid-game, bro. Yeah, Dissidia's the Final Fantasy fighting game. Here we go. One Piece Pirate Warriors 3. This is so good. This is so good. This is so good. It gets an S rank. I gave this a 10 out of 10 when I reviewed it, and absolutely it deserves it. I love playing this game. I need to go back and play more of it, because I still have so much that needs to get unlocked. So many secret coins to unlock and things. Like, oh my god. Oh, and it runs buttery smooth on PS5. Bro, a Final Fantasy crossover Warriors game would slap. Oh my god, yes! I know, right? That's why I was so excited for Dissidia NT, and then they were like, no, it's just a regular Dissidia game. In fact, Koei's side had nothing to do with it. It was Team Ninja that we were bringing on. Because fuck you, specifically the Warriors community, thinking that you would get a Final Fantasy Warriors game. That's never gonna happen. Samurai Warriors 4 Empires. This was actually kind of disappointing for me. I thought it was super mid. I didn't play a whole lot of this because it just didn't keep my interest as much as I would have wanted it to. So this is going to get a C. Arslan, the Warriors of Legend. One of the most underrated Warriors game of all time. God, I love this game to the point where after playing this game, I got so into the anime. I watched both seasons of it, and I ended up buying an Arslan figure. Like, this is how much I like this series. I bought a figure of the character. I have all of the manga up to the current release, with the exception of Volume 11, because for some reason Volume 11 is no longer in print. It cannot be ordered through any distributor. It has to be bought used right now, which is so fucking stupid. But I love this game. It gets an A rank. Oh, it's so good. It has clones. It has weapon swapping. But, like, the story is good. The gameplay is... It's so good. I love it. I don't care that there's clones and that there's a small roster. I don't care that there's characters that they could have made playable even if they were clones. I don't care about all of that. It's just so good. Another Orochi Pachinko machine. Fuck, I don't care about Pachinko. It would be cool to have these in the collection, but that's about it. I don't care to actually play them. Also, fun fact about Arslan, before we move too far off of that, did you know that the soundtrack to the Arslan anime and some of the music from the video game was actually produced in America by Warner Brothers? That was something I didn't expect. Hyrule Warriors Legends. So I kind of briefly talked about this because I think it was Terry that said he hadn't played no, it was Sword? Somebody said that they hadn't played Hyrule Warriors, but they have a 2DS, and I told them not to play it on that because you really want to play... If you're going to play it on 3DS, you want to play on a new 3DS because it gets the performance boost that's needed for a Warriors game. But it adds so much to the Hyrule Warriors game that if you have a new 3DS and you're able to play it, it's relatively good. I'd still say this is not the way that you want to experience Hyrule Warriors, but if you only have a new 3DS, this is still a great experience. It adds so much from the Wii U game that's not in the Wii U game, even after DLC. So I'm gonna give it a B. Ah, okay. That's why I got you two mixed up. Thanks, Terry. Next is Dragon Quest Heroes 2. This, when I saw that this was pseudo-open world, I thought that's what Dynasty Warriors 9 would be like. This was such a good experience. I still have yet to actually finish it. I'm gonna get around to it one of these days, but it's one of those games that I don't want to finish because I don't want the experience to finish. I love this game. I think it is better than Dragon Quest Heroes 1 in every way, shape, and form. This gets an A, without a doubt. Dynasty Warriors Got Seekers. Better than Dynasty Tactics 1 and 2 in my opinion, but still very underwhelming from a tactics style RPG. I mean, it was fun for a while, and then it became not so fun and very monotonous. And that's the thing, is tactics style RPGs can become very monotonous if the characters' move sets and abilities that are available to them don't really evolve and become bigger and more devastating. And it's hard to do that with Dynasty Warriors because it is still relatively grounded, even though there are some aspects that make it more fantastical. But it's still a relatively fun experience, so I'm going to give it a C. Berserk and the Band of the Hawk. This is another really good game that is held back by a lot of very minor things. The roster is very small. There's a bunch of NPC characters that could have been made playable, even if they were just generic movesets or clones of each other. There's shit ton of post-game grind that is both fun in some aspects, but hard as balls, and such a disappointment when you are max level, got some great items, and you're still dying in a couple of hits to the final boss. But still, such a good game. Highly recommend it. It gets a B. Yeah, that's the other thing. You play so much as Guts that it's like, okay, once the game is over, well, of course, you still want to play as Guts to unlock all the stuff, but you want to play as all the other characters, too. And the Endless Eclipse, or whatever it's called, is such a slog. And it would have been so much nicer if, like, you could just play as... like, you could choose different characters and different levels and stuff like that, and it wasn't like each character has its own progression to the yeah. But overall, the gameplay and the game itself is fun, so that's why it gets a B. Samurai Warriors Spirit of Sonata, literally the best Samurai Warriors game ever, gets an S rank. Best story of all time in a Warriors game. I was so connected to these characters. Samurai Warriors 5 was probably another close. From a story perspective, though, Spirit of Sonata absolutely is the best experience. I recently bought it for really cheap on PC, and I have been meaning to actually finish playing through it. I still haven't gotten to the point where you start playing as Kid Yukimura. But I so fucking want to play this game on PC. Maybe another live stream opportunity to play through Warriors game. But yeah, oh my god, so good. Dynasty Warriors Unleashed. This was the first mobile game to come out in the West that was actually quite worthwhile. I remember playing enough of this that at first, I was probably not like one of the top players, but I was getting pretty close. And I died off really quickly because I didn't put money into it, obviously. But it was still fun. It was a good Warriors mobile experience, and so that's why that is gonna go in the B tier. Warriors All-Stars is probably one of the most... It's the best mid-Warriors game out there. The combat is so good, but the story fucking sucks. I hate playing through the story in this game, and, like, I would love to see them do a Warriors All-Stars 2 where the story is a little bit more straightforward, similar to Warriors Orochi or the mainline series, and it just had so much potential, but like it just wasn't all there. So Warriors All-Stars, looking at all of the stuff that's here, I'm gonna put it at a C. Warriors 1 and Dunstars. The Deception characters are... I hated the Deception characters. But I'm also, like... I don't like it when the character is summoning something to be their weapon, because a lot of the times the way that those characters control is you're not controlling the weapon anymore. You're controlling where the character is pointing for the weapon to go. So it can sometimes be a little hard to get used to the way that they control. Fire Emblem Warriors. I actually really enjoyed this game. It definitely did not hit the mark that Hyrule Warriors did on Wii U, but it was still a good experience. I tried to play this on 3DS. Even on the new 3DS, this did not run well. This was the reason why I bought a Switch, because the 3DS couldn't run Fire Emblem Warriors well enough. But at least I had bought the Fire Emblem Warriors Collector's Edition on launch, even though I didn't own a Switch, because I was like, I'm gonna buy a Switch eventually. But this will get a B tier. Oh, I like Oichi in Basara. The way she controls isn't that, like, where you're not necessarily controlling where her weapon goes. You're still controlling where her weapon goes. But, like, with the Deception characters, with Zelda in Age of Calamity, the movesets aren't as intuitive to where you're pointing yourself. I wish Koei or other studios would make a Warriors game based in Korean history. I would love to see that. I would love to see more original Warriors content. Alright. Pirate Warriors 3, I think this is a gold edition. Let me see if I can find the deluxe edition. This is only on Switch and PC. It has all of the DLC, but it is not available on PS4. That's probably the worst part about it, because Lighty, I know you said you were looking at Pirate Warriors 3. This is the version that you would want if you were to go with PC or Switch, because it has literally everything. But then you're getting an underperforming version, or a version that doesn't look as good. But it is still a worthwhile experience. I just wouldn't say that it is S rank, because, like, just... I'm not a big fan of the way that the Switch performs, and I'm not a big fan of the fact that the PC version is just taken from the PS3 version for graphics and looks and everything, and the PC version also doesn't map very well to modern Xbox consoles, so you have to play it with a 360. So if you don't have a wired 360 controller that works anymore, you're fucked. Where's the game where I play as Attila? See, that's another potential Warriors game. Dynasty Warriors 9. This... I remember when this came out, and I was like, you know what? I see the potential. I see that they're putting out patches. So for my review, I'm going to give it a relatively high score compared to how I'm feeling about it, because, you know, I can see where it could evolve to. it did evolve to become something better than it was on launch, but it's still not where I gave that original rating to. So if I were to re-review Dynasty Warriors 9, it still wouldn't rate as high as I actually rated it, but it would still rate higher than Dynasty Warriors 6. I did the Dynasty Warriors 6 versus Dynasty Warriors 9 video, and since that video, like before that video, I would say, you know, it kind of depends on the day, and even in that video, I said it kind of depends on the day, but since that video, I have realized that I consistently go back and have better consideration for Dynasty Warriors 9 than I do for Dynasty Warriors 6. I recently rebought it on PC, played through a couple of stories because it runs better than on PS4 and Xbox One, and I had a okay time with it. It was not amazing, but it was okay enough that I would put this in a respectful D. Oh, the game itself had serious potential. If they made it more like an actual open world RPG, it would have been so much better, but they had to try to make it more warriors than an evolution of what would an open world game look like in the Three Kingdoms based around the Warriors franchise. Oh, the DLC stories in this game were some of the best parts of the game. And that's one thing that I really want to do, is play through the DLC stories on stream, maybe. I did do a Let's Play of Guojia's story, I think. Yeah, I think it was Guojia's. I did a Let's Play of that back in the day. Now, we move on to Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition. I don't think I need to explain myself putting this in the S rank. This is the best fucking package a Warriors game has ever had. The amount of content in this game, and you don't have to pay for any DLC. This is the game that you have to play if you have a Switch. If you do have a Switch and you don't have Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition, you need to fix that this instant. Get out there, get that, and enjoy it. Warriors Orochi 4 is a disappointment. It was such an underwhelming game. I didn't enjoy going back to it nearly as much as I would have wanted to. I thought it was going to be at least a relatively decent experience, but it's a C for me. It didn't meet my expectations by any means. It it definitely felt like Koei slapped the Dynasty Warriors 9 as failing button, and we need a game that people will respect. But I still had a good enough time. That's why I put it in C rather than D. I enjoyed it more than I enjoy Dynasty Warriors 9. Dynasty Warriors 7 Definitive Edition, S rank. This is such a good release, and the fact that they just like shadow fucking dropped it on Steam, being like, fucking $25. What? They could have charged $79.99 for this game, and people still would have bought it because it's Dynasty Warriors 7 Extreme Legends with all the DLC with higher resolution and frame rate on PC. It's too bad Dynasty Warriors 8 Extreme Legends Definitive Edition doesn't meet that same expectation, because this wasn't released on PS4. It wasn't released on PS5. It was released only on Switch and PC, and the PC version was only released on the Microsoft Store. So you can't even get Dynasty Warriors 8 Extreme Legends Definitive Edition on Steam. You can only get it on the Microsoft Store. And I bought it because I'm not gonna pay for the Steam version and all of the DLC all over again when I already paid for all the DLC on PlayStation. So I bought it on the Microsoft Store. It runs and looks like the PS3 version. There's no way to get the PS5 or 4 graphics on the PC version, which is the most disappointing part of this. They had every opportunity to release Dynasty Warriors 8 Extreme Legends Definitive Edition with the PS4 graphics on PC, and they didn't do it. Not only that, it's on the Microsoft Store on PC, but it is not on Xbox. This is the most confusing release ever. Anyways, Samurai Warriors 4 Director's Cut. This is just Samurai Warriors 4 with all the DLC. But it's at least better than regular Samurai Warriors 4, but it was only released on Switch and in Japanese. I am leaning towards a C just because of that. If this version was released on PS4 and in English, maybe it would still rank a B, but it's really disappointing that they didn't do that. They just didn't want me to buy Dynasty Warriors Extreme Legends Definitive Edition. It really seems like they didn't want many people buying it. Because I feel like releasing it on the Microsoft Store was a big mistake. Not releasing it on Steam was a big mistake, but also not releasing it with the PS4 graphics. Warriors Orochi 4 Ultimate. This is at least better than this. It's still not, it still doesn't reach the heights of Orochi 3 by any means. Even the base game of Orochi 3 was more fun than 4 Ultimate, but at least 4 Ultimate adds enough where I am actually actively going back to play it enough that, you know, it sits there. Persona 5 Strikers. This was such a weird game for me because I was kind of expecting a Persona 5 Warriors game, but it's technically not it's not a part of the Musou franchise. It is a Persona 5 sequel with Warrior-style combat, but RPG mechanics. Like, there's random battles, and I enjoy it. It's a good game, but it's not one that I go back to as actively as I would want to, and maybe it's because I also don't want to play too much of it, because I also haven't played through Persona 5, and I know a lot of people are going to give me shit for that, but yeah, I would say that this is a B. This is good. I would say that this is a higher B, where this is a lower B. Pirate Warriors 4. This is a complicated game for me because it is a good game, but it doesn't have a lot of meat to it. It has a lot of mechanics that I really enjoy, like the extra special moves. It doesn't have a Musou attack anymore necessarily. It's all mapped to the R1 and face buttons. I think that the combat system, if evolved even more, could benefit all of Warriors. I would say that this, though, it sits at an A rank for me because it doesn't, similar to how Warriors Orochi 4 doesn't hit the highs of Warriors Orochi 3. It's the same thing with Pirate Warriors 4 and Pirate Warriors 3. But the highs are definitely closer than with Warriors Orochi. Warriors Orochi 1, see, how dare you? Oh, I dare. I just don't go back to it. Even back then, when it first came out, I played through it, got Orochi, got all the achievements, and that was it. I never went back to it after that. I do want to play through Persona 5 at some point. I don't own a copy of Persona 5 though, so that is an issue. I would love to either own it on PS5 or PC, but anytime it goes on sale, it's still like $50 in Canadian money. 45, I think, is the lowest I've seen it go on sale, which is disappointing. Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. This was... It was the most fun, disappointing game of all time. I really liked it because I hated Breath of the Wild, but I wanted to experience Breath of the Wild. And I feel like this is what I wanted in the end. Either this or a more traditional Zelda experience. But after playing through the story, there's not a whole lot that makes me want to keep coming back. I don't like the map menu for all of the stages. I think a more traditional map or something similar to the Legend mode or whatever it was called in the regular Hyrule Warriors. This is still a good game. It's just not. It just doesn't reach the same highs as regular Hyrule Warriors. It gets a B for me. Gonna trigger the Breath of the Wild fans? I don't care. I hate Breath of the Wild. I literally do. I cannot stand it. The weapon degradation system just kills it for me. Because I tried playing Breath of the Wild. Like, don't get me wrong, I tried playing it. And I loved the exploration. I loved the little skirmishes with bokoblins and stuff. And I did absolutely enjoy going through the dungeons. I just hated the harder combat sequences where my weapons kept breaking time and time again with one enemy. It just... That's why I like Horizon Zero Dawn and Genshin Impact. Like, that's my Breath of the Wild. Really, there's things in the game that wasn't huge on. This man is made out of pure passion and honesty. Hey, I am a subscriber to the, to each their own. I just think that Breath of the Wild is not a good game. Well, it's a good game with bad mechanics. That's what I would say it is. Some of the enemies in Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition definitely have too much HP. Mostly like the bigger enemies, but they are usually in the later stages where I find they have too much HP. And maybe I'll play Breath of the Wild again, if people ask me to enough. I'll stream it sometime on the Tuesday stream. Just noting your thoughts for future purchases. Don't mind me. By the way, you got me into Fate franchise with the Clone Warriors video. Oh, awesome, Sure 18. Hopefully we see another Extella game, because after playing Samurai Remnant, it really makes me want another Warriors-style game. Anyways, now we have the Dynasty Warriors 9 mobile game. This, I did upload one gameplay video to Gildart Gameplay. This was actually one of the very first videos on Gildart Gameplay. There it is. This was one of my very first videos on Gildart Gameplay. And it was gameplay footage of the Dynasty Warriors 3 costume. And I don't know if Dynasty Warriors M is going to be this game or if it's going to be a different game. I think it's going to be a different game just because some of the screenshots look different from what I remember. But yeah, so this is the game that this is, and it was only in Japan. It was just Dynasty Warriors Unleashed, but with Dynasty Warriors 9 characters and movesets and stuff. I did enjoy it, but I didn't enjoy it as much as Unleashed, and that might be partly because of the fact that it was in Japanese. There was also some bad taste in my mouth from this game, which was based around Dynasty Warriors 9, getting Dynasty Warriors 3 and 4 costumes, but Dynasty Warriors 9 on consoles, not getting DLC for the older costumes. Exactly, Lighty, you know what I'm talking about. Got an entire Reddit post to direct what to watch first. It's a right mess. Oh my god. Fate is... It's a cumbersome thing. It's like Kingdom Hearts before they released all of the games on one console. Koei being Koei, I guess. Yep. Dude, Lighty, me too. That pissed me the fuck off, because I feel like the older costumes would have made me play the game at least a little bit more. I don't think I would have gone through and beat everybody's story, but at least it would have been something to keep me coming back to the game. Anyway, Samurai Warriors 5, I really like. It gets an A rank. I know not a lot of people enjoy it as much as me, but that's okay. This is my tier list. I encourage you to use the link in the description below. Build your own tier list, share it in the Discord, or if you don't have Discord, share it on Twitter, Instagram. Make sure that you tag me so that I can see them. But yeah, Samurai Warriors 5, it's a fun time to me. I don't care if you don't like it. I do. And yeah. So I missed some things. Why is Dynasty Warriors Extreme 4 Extreme Legends in E? I am not complaining. It's because 4 Extreme Legends on its own fucking sucks. It doesn't have enough content to really be enough of a standalone Extreme Legends package. It is the worst Extreme Legends in my opinion. Oh god. I think my disc for Fire Emblem Warriors is scratched. Skip that song. Oh yeah, there's a lot that Fate is connected to as well. Did I miss? No, I think I got everything for the chat. Alright, we're getting to the end. Dynasty Warriors 9 Empires. This one, at first, I thought I enjoyed it more than Dynasty Warriors 9. I probably, when this launched, would have put it in the C rank. But I realized that for everything that it improves on from Dynasty Warriors 9, it does not, like, it takes a couple of steps back. Like, it still has the open world. The stages, the battles happen in stages, but there's still an extremely empty open world that is way more empty than like, oh my god. Oh, fuck. Dynasty Warriors 9 Empires is such a headache. It was doing some stuff right, and then fucked it up in so many other ways. I've realized that I prefer playing vanilla Dynasty Warriors 9 to Dynasty Warriors 9 Empires. Explain that to me. I enjoy Dynasty Warriors 9 more than 9 Empires. I'm on the fence if this goes in disrespectful E, because they should have, like, if they were gonna make an Empires game, they should have tried to make it work in the open world. And there are things that they probably could have done to make it work in the open world, but I feel like it was just because so many people were clamoring to get a Dynasty Warriors 9 Empires that Koei Tecmo was just like, fine, fucking here. Yeah. It gets a E. I did have a friend who played it on Switch and actually really enjoyed it. And so, like, I am for somebody who does enjoy the games. So, like, I want to put it out there. If you would rank anything that I have, like, even F, if you think that Samurai Warriors Pachinko is the best Warriors game of all time, and you rate that as an S rank, and everything else is an F, you know, all the power to you. If you're just, like, ham on the Pachinko machines, fucking go for it. I fully support you. But yeah, I can still complain. And if somebody has a problem with any of these S ranks, if you're like, no, fuck you, Spirit of Sonata is an absolute F because of this, that, and the other thing. You are entitled to your opinion. I think you should also be willing to express it. But, you know, fuck. Some of these last few have just fucked with my brain, and I just am remembering how bad Warriors games were for a time period. And then we have Tolkien Rambu Warriors, which, there was another, Warriors All-Stars. It's very similar to Warriors All-Stars, where it is one of the best mid experiences out there. I actually really, really enjoyed the story. I thought the combat was okay. It was at least an improvement from Dynasty Warriors 9. I still enjoyed this enough that I did the mini review and the expanded, and one of these days I'll get around to doing a full review of it. But yeah, I would still recommend Tolkien Rambu Warriors if you can get it on sale, but I doubt it's going to go on sale as often as some of the other games on PC or on Switch. But I got my review code for PC so I can get the best graphics, and I did pre-order a Switch copy, so I did buy a version. Usually when I do get a review code, especially for Warriors games, I do end up buying a physical copy, so I can have it in the collection. So yeah, I do own both versions of this. Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes. This, I was hoping to be a little bit better. I don't like the fact that there's no one way to have a save file with all characters available to you at any given moment. That is probably the worst part about this. There's no way for you to have every character freely available to you. But it is still a good Warriors game, and every time I go back to it, I enjoy it. I preferred Three Houses to this. I loved Three Houses. That's the only Fire Emblem game I've actually finished. And I'm not, like, super big on... I'm not super big on tactical RPG games, but yeah, I really enjoyed Three Houses. Three Hopes, on the other hand, it was still good. I like a lot of the mechanics that are in the game, but yeah, it's similar to Age of Calamity. It's too connected to the other Nintendo game that it holds it back. I feel like or an improvement over is like saying an anime is better than Dragon Ball GT. Hey, Dragon Ball GT wasn't that bad. There's worse animes out there. I have a couple of them on DVD. It just didn't hit the mark. That, like, it was so much lower compared to Dragon Ball Z that it looked so bad. Yeah, and now we got the last thing on the list. Warriors Orochi 3 Ultimate Definitive Edition on PC. Without a shadow of a doubt, this one gets an S rank. It is just so much better on PC. It has all of the DLC. I am so happy that they released this. And this was another shadow drop, similar to Dynasty Warriors 7 Extreme Legends, except the price was a little bit higher, which, you know, I can understand given the fact that you get all of the DLC for it, and, you know, there's still some work that they need to do in order to get it to run on PC properly. But, my god, one of the perfect games. And, so there's two games that I was missing. Samurai Warriors 3 Extreme Legends, which I would have put here in C with Samurai Warriors 3. And then Dynasty Warriors Overlords which I don't think I even started playing it when I created this tier list. I think I created this tier list not too long after Orochi 3 Ultimate Definitive Edition was released. And I would probably put that in a B tier, similar to Unleashed. I'm really enjoying it. It's probably higher rated than Unleashed, in my opinion. But yeah, I'm enjoying Overlords. I'm looking forward to Dynasty Warriors M, because, like, I'm here for more Muso games getting mobile ports. So this is the tier list, everybody. This is the tier list. Holy fuck. I was like, I'm gonna take a screenshot after this. I cannot take a screenshot of this. Save or download? There, I can save this image. There. I'll save it to the folder with all of the stuff for this live stream. Oh my god, guys. It's almost midnight here, and I feel it. I was not expecting this to be a 4.5 hour live stream. Holy shit, guys. But we got through it. We got all of the Koei Warriors games ranked. Now let's rank them all by soundtrack. Oh, God. Fuck. I am going to go to bed. Oh, Jesus Christ. I am ready. I am very thankful for everybody for coming out. This is one of the best live streams, the most viewed live stream that I think I've ever had. We're already sitting at 308 views, which usually I don't see until, like, maybe later that week after a live stream. Even when I stream a Warriors game, I might end with 150 to 200 views, and then, like, it still takes a week for me to reach something like 300-400, and we're already at 300. So thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for all the birthday wishes. It really means a lot that I get to have a channel like this, and I get to make content around the games that I love, and I hope everybody is enjoying some of the content that's been coming to the channel. I've been trying to flex my creative mind a little bit more with my scripting process. I am trying not to be just like reviewer. I want to make people laugh. I want to make people smile. I want you to come to my videos not only walking away with, you know, I understand whether or not this is a good game. I understand Chris's reasoning as to why, what the pros and cons are, but I also want you to walk away being like, that I was entertained by that review. I was entertained by that video. And I hope I am achieving that with the videos that I've got coming out. And I am really looking forward to some of the videos that I've been working on and what you guys think about them. Again, if you're interested in doing one of these tier lists, I do have a link to the tier list that I created in the description below. It is missing Samurai Warriors 3 Extreme Legends and Dynasty Warriors Overlord, so I will probably add those at a later time. Please share your tier list on the Discord, on Twitter, and on Instagram, wherever you share it. If it's not on Discord, make sure you ping me, whatever, at me, tag me. There we go. I found the word. Tag me in your tier list post so I can see what your tier lists are. And of course, this conversation doesn't have to end here. Please join the Discord server. There is a link in the description as well for that. the conversation continues going on there. We talk a lot about Warriors games, games in general, anime, manga, what have you. We just share our loves in that Discord. So if you're interested, join that. Also, a massive shout out to everybody who support this channel through Patreon. It's been a big thing to help me be able to bring some of these videos to you. I wouldn't have this collection and be able to buy all of this stuff if it wasn't for the guild. And a special shout out to the two people who supported this channel on Ko-fi throughout the live stream, Ashar and the Gold Lotus. Thank you again, everybody. And the Xenoblade Chronicles X live streams will continue next week on Tuesday. And don't forget that Fist of the North Star Ken's Rage 1 will continue every Sunday. So, with that being said, thank you all again, and I will see you all in the next stream.